In the fog-draped village of Grimstead, a cursed clock tower tolls at midnight, unleashing terror with shattered windows, sickened livestock, and a ghostly figure haunting its locked chambers. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson unravel a chilling mystery, decoding cryptic clues, chasing shadows, and exposing a hidden fortune tied to a vanished clockmaker. From eerie chimes to a thrilling showdown, their quest reveals a cunning plot that threatens to destroy the village unless Holmes can stop it before the final toll. Chapter 1. The Midnight Chime. The fog clung to the streets of London like a persistent shadow, its tendrils curling round the gas lamps that flickered weakly against the autumn chill. Inside 2-1 Baker Street, the fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the cluttered room. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his sharp grey eyes fixed on the ceiling as if deciphering some invisible cipher written in the plaster. Across from him, I, Dr. John Watson, nursed a glass of brandy, my notebook open on my lap, though I had written nothing for the better part of an hour. The silence was not uncomfortable, for I had grown accustomed to Holmes's periods of intense introspection. Yet, as the clock on the mantel ticked toward 11, I felt a restlessness stir within me. The day had been uneventful, save for a trivial case involving a misplaced heirloom, and I sensed that Holmes, too, craved a challenge to rouse his restless mind. "Watson," he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade, "do you believe in ghosts?" I blinked, caught off guard by the question. "Ghosts, Holmes? Surely you jest." "I am a man of science, and you're the most rational mind I've ever known." He turned his head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Rationality does not preclude curiosity, my dear Watson. The human mind is a curious thing, prone to conjuring spectres where none exist. Yet, when a village trembles at the sound of a clock's chime, one must wonder what tangible cause lies beneath the superstition." I set my glass down, intrigued. "A village, a clock's chime. What are you on about, Holmes?" He rose abruptly, crossing the room to his desk, where a pile of unopened letters lay scattered. He plucked one from the heap, its envelope bearing a postmark I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. "This arrived this morning," he said, handing it to me, "from a certain Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, the magistrate of Grimstead, a small village some 40 miles north. He writes of a peculiar matter that has set the entire community on edge." I unfolded the letter, its pages creased and slightly damp, as though it had been carried through the rain. The handwriting was neat but hurried, betraying a man under strain. As I read, Holmes paced slowly before the fire, his silhouette sharp against the flame's door. "Dear Mr. Holmes, I write to you in a state of considerable distress. On behalf of the residents of Grimstead, for the past 3 weeks, our village has been plagued by a most unsettling phenomenon. The clock tower, which has stood at the heart of Grimstead for over a century, has begun to toll at midnight with a sound that defies explanation, a deep, mournful chime that seems to echo from the very depths of the earth. With each toll, strange occurrences have multiplied, livestock have sickened, windows have shattered without cause, and several villagers claim to have seen a shadowy figure moving within the tower, though its doors remain locked. The people are convinced that the tower is haunted, and fear has taken root. I myself am a man of reason, but I cannot deny that something unnatural is at work. I implore you to come to Grimstead and lend your singular talents to unraveling this mystery before panic consumes us all. Yours sincerely, Reginald Hawthorne, Magistrate, I looked up, my curiosity piqued. A haunted clock tower. It sounds like the stuff of Gothic novels. Holmes. Surely there's a simpler explanation, perhaps a fault in the clock's mechanism. Holmes stopped pacing, his eyes glinting with that familiar spark of intellectual hunger. Simpler, perhaps, but not necessarily simple. A clock does not toll of its own accord, nor does it inspire such widespread dread without cause. The letter mentions a locked tower, a shadowy figure, and physical disturbances. These are not the hallmarks of mere superstition, Watson, but of a puzzle that demands investigation. Then you intend to go? I asked, already knowing the answer. We leave at first light. He replied, striding to the window and peering out into the fog. Pack warmly, Watson. The countryside in November is unforgiving, and I suspect Grimstead will offer little in the way of comfort. The train to Grimstead rattled through the mist-shrouded fields, its whistle a mournful cry against the grey. Dawn Holmes sat opposite me, his violin case resting on the seat beside him, though he made no move to play. Instead, he studied a map of the region, his finger tracing the winding paths that led to the village. I, meanwhile, tried to distract myself with a newspaper, but my thoughts kept drifting to the letter and its ominous tone. Tell me, Holmes, I said at length, folding the paper, what do you make of this shadowy figure the villagers claim to have seen? A trick of the light, perhaps, or a deliberate deception? Holmes did not look up from the map. The human eye is fallible, Watson, particularly in moments of fear. A silhouette in a window could be a man, a mannequin, or merely a curtain caught in the wind. Yet the consistency of the reports suggests something more deliberate. The figure is seen only at night, and only in the tower, which is locked. This implies either a hidden means of entry or a fabrication designed to stoke fear. A fabrication, I frowned. You think someone is orchestrating this to frighten the village? It is one possibility among many, he said, folding the map with precision. Fear is a powerful tool, Watson. It can drive men to madness, or to obedience. The question is, who benefits from Grimstead's terror? The train lurched to a stop at a small windswept station, its platform deserted, save for a lone porter who eyed us warily. A carriage awaited us, its driver a stout man with a weathered face and a scarf pulled tight against the cold. He introduced himself as Tompkins, a local farmer tasked with ferrying us to the village. Grimstead's not far, he said, his voice gruff as he urged the horses forward. But mind you, sirs, it's no place for strangers these days. That tower's cursed, mark my words. Holmes leaned forward, his expression one of polite curiosity. Cursed, you say? Have you seen this ghostly figure yourself, Mr. Tompkins? The driver hesitated, his hands tightening on the reins. Not with my own eyes, no, but I've heard that chime deep and dreadful, like the devil himself were. Ringing it, and my boy, young Jem, he swears he saw a shadow moving up there last week. Nearly scared him witless. Interesting, Holmes murmured, exchanging a glance with me. And what do the villagers say of the tower's history? Has it always been a source of unease? Tompkins shrugged. It's been there longer than any of us, built by some lord or other back in the old days. The clockmaker, old Silas Crane, kept it running till he vanished nigh on 20 years ago. Folks say he made a pact with dark forces to keep the clock ticking, and now his spirit's trapped up there. I suppressed a smile at the fanciful tale, but Holmes's face remained impassive. And the magistrate, Mr. Hawthorne, how does he view these events? Mr. Hawthorne's a good man, but he's at his wit's end, Tompkins replied. Tries to keep order, but the folk are talking of tearing the tower down if this don't stop. The conversation lapsed as the carriage rolled into Grimsted, a cluster of stone cottages huddled beneath a sky the colour of slate. The clock tower loomed at the village's centre, its weathered stone rising like a sentinel over the surrounding rooftops. Its clock face, though tarnished, was still legible, its hands frozen at 10 minutes to midnight. Even in daylight, the structure had an air of foreboding, its narrow windows like eyes watching our approach. We alighted at the village inn, a low-beamed building called the Rusty Bell. The innkeeper, a wiry man named Mr. Burrows, greeted us with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. His wife, a plump woman with tired eyes, showed us to our rooms, muttering about the troubles that had kept guests away. Mr. Hawthorne will meet you here at noon, Burrows said as he set our bags down. He's eager to have this business sorted, though I reckon no good'll come of meddling with that tower. Holmes raised an eyebrow. You believe it haunted, then? Burrows shifted uncomfortably. I believe what I hear, sir. That chime ain't natural, and no one's been up there in years, yet the clock keeps ticking. Explain that, if you can. I intend to, Holmes said, his tone light but resolute. At noon, Reginald Hawthorne arrived, a tall, gaunt man in his 50s with a face lined by worry. His frock coat was impeccable, but his hands trembled slightly as he shook ours, betraying his unease. We sat in the inn's private parlour, where a meagre lunch of bread, cheese, and ale had been laid out. Hawthorne wasted no time in recounting the events that had prompted his letter. It began 3 weeks ago, he said, his voice low. The clock, which had been silent for years, started tolling at midnight 12, deep resonant chimes that woke the entire village. At first, we thought it a prank, but the tower's door was locked, and the key, kept in my office, hadn't been touched. Then the disturbances began. What sort of disturbances? Holmes asked, leaning forward. Hawthorne's eyes darted to the window, as though expecting to see the tower looming there. Cows stopped giving milk. A barn caught fire, though no one could find the cause. Windows in the cottages nearest the tower shattered in the night, yet no stones or debris were found. And then there's the figure a cloaked shape seen in the tower's upper windows, always just after the chime. Have you inspected the tower yourself? I asked. I tried, Hawthorne admitted. I climbed the stairs with 2 of my men, but we found nothing, no footprints, no signs of tampering. The clock's mechanism was running smoothly, though no one has wound it in decades. It's uncanny. Holmes's fingers drummed lightly on the table, and the villagers, how have they reacted? They're terrified, Hawthorne said. Many refuse to leave their homes after dark. Some speak of curses, others of divine judgment. A few of the younger men have taken to patrolling the streets, armed with pitchforks and lanterns, but it's only made things worse. Last night, one of them, a lad named Peter Gresham, swore he saw the figure beckon to him from the tower. He's been feverish ever since. Holmes's eyes narrowed. Feverish, you say? Has a doctor seen him? Not yet, Hawthorne replied. Our physician, Dr. Moreau, is away in York. I've sent for him, but he won't return until tomorrow. I should like to see this Peter Gresham, Holmes said. And the tower, of course. But first, tell me about Silas Crane, the clockmaker. What became of him? Hawthorne hesitated, as though reluctant to delve into the past. Silas was a strange man, brilliant but solitary. He lived in a cottage by the tower, tending the clock as if it were his own child. 20 years ago, he vanished without a trace. Some said he'd run off with a fortune, others that he'd been murdered. His cottage was searched, but nothing was found. The clock stopped soon after, until these recent events. Holmes nodded, his mind clearly racing. Very well, Mr. Hawthorne. Watson and I will begin our investigation at once. Arrange for us to visit young Gresham, and ensure we have access to the tower this afternoon. Hawthorne rose, relief flickering across his face. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I pray you can put an end to this madness. Peter Gresham's home was a modest cottage on the edge of the village, its windows shuttered against the damp. His mother, a frail woman with greying hair, ushered us inside, her hands wringing a handkerchief. Peter lay in a small bedroom, his face pale and slick with sweat. He was a sturdy lad of about 20, but his eyes were wide with fear, darting toward the ceiling as though expecting to see something there. Holmes approached the bedside, his manner gentle but probing. Peter, I'm Sherlock Holmes. Can you tell me what you saw last night? The boy's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. It was up there, in the tower. After the chime, I saw it a figure in a cloak, standing at the window. It looked right at me, sir, and raised its hand, like it was calling me. I felt cold, like my blood turned to ice. Did you see its face? Holmes asked. Peter shook his head. Too dark. But it wasn't human, sir. I know it wasn't. I placed a hand on the boy's forehead, noting his elevated temperature. He's feverish, Holmes. Could be delirium brought on by fright or exhaustion. Perhaps, Holmes said, though his tone suggested he was not convinced. He examined Peter's hands and neck, then asked, Did you feel anything else? A smell, perhaps, or a sound other than the chime? Peter frowned, as though struggling to recall. There was a smell like damp earth or old metal, and a creaking like the tower was moving. Holmes thanked the boy and his mother, and we stepped outside. The air was heavy with the promise of rain, and the clock tower's silhouette loomed in the distance, its presence inescapable. What do you make of it, Holmes? I asked as we walked back toward the inn. The boy's fear is genuine, but his account is muddled, Holmes replied. The smell of damp earth and the creaking suggests something physical, not spectral. As for the figure, it may be a projection or a person exploiting the tower's reputation. We must see the tower for ourselves. The tower's door was a heavy oak slab, its iron lock rusted but intact. Hawthorne handed Holmes the key, a large, ornate thing that looked as old as the tower itself. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that vanished into the gloom above. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of dust and metal. Holmes lit a lantern, its light casting long shadows on the stone walls. We climbed the stairs, our footsteps echoing in the narrow space. The first landing opened into a small chamber, where the clock's gears loomed like the innards of some ancient beast. The mechanism was a marvel of engineering, its brass and iron components gleaming faintly despite years of neglect. Holmes examined the gears closely, his fingers tracing the edges of a massive cog. Remarkable, he murmured. The clock is running, yet there's no sign of recent maintenance. No oil, no fresh scratches, no dust disturbed. I peered at the mechanism, my medical mind struggling to make sense of it. Could it be wound by some hidden spring? Possible, but unlikely, Holmes said. A spring capable of sustaining motion for 20 years would be a feat beyond even Silas Crane's skill. No, Watson, there is something else at work. Here, we continued upward, passing narrow windows that offered glimpses of the village below. At the top, we reached the clock face itself, its massive hands frozen at 10 minutes to midnight, just as we had seen from outside. Holmes tapped the glass, then knelt to inspect the floor. "Here," he said, pointing to a faint smudge in the dust. "Footprints, Watson, recent and made by a man's boot, size 10, with a slight wear on the left heel." I crouched beside him, marveling at his precision. "So someone has been here, but how? The door was locked, and there's no other entrance." Holmes's eyes gleamed. "That, my dear Watson, is the question. Let us search further." We scoured the chamber, but found no hidden doors or passages. The only other feature was a small trapdoor leading to the tower's roof, but it was bolted from the inside, its hinges rusted shut. Holmes lingered by the clock face, his gaze fixed on the hands as though they held the key to the mystery. As we descended, the tower seemed to grow darker, the lantern's light barely penetrating the shadows. At the base of the stairs, Holmes paused, his head tilted as though listening. "Do you hear that, Watson?" I strained my ears, but heard nothing beyond the distant drip of water. "What is it?" "A faint hum," he said, "like the vibration of a tuning fork coming from the walls themselves. It's subtle, but unmistakable." I shook my head, unable to detect it. "What does it mean?" "It means," Holmes said, locking the door behind us, "that the tower is not as silent as it seems. We shall return tonight, Watson, to hear the midnight chime for ourselves." Back at the inn, we took supper in the parlour, though neither of us had much appetite. The villagers' whispers followed us, their eyes wary as they passed. Holmes was unusually quiet, his mind clearly occupied with the day's findings. I, too, felt the weight of the mystery, the tower's presence like a shadow over my thoughts as the clock neared midnight. We donned our coats and made our way to the village square. A small crowd had gathered, their faces pale in the lantern. Light Hawthorne was among them, his expression grim. "You mean to stay out here?" he asked, incredulous. "I mean to observe," Holmes replied, his voice calm but firm. "The chime is the heart of this mystery, and I will not solve it from the comfort of the inn." The crowd murmured, some crossing themselves, others retreating to their homes. As the first stroke of midnight sounded, the air seemed to thicken, the chime reverberating through the square like a living thing. It was deep and mournful, as Hawthorne had described, and I felt a chill that had little to do with the cold. Holmes stood motionless, his eyes fixed on the tower. The chime tolled 12 times, each note lingering longer than it should. As the final note faded, a gasp rose from the crowd. High in the tower, at the window by the clock face, a shadow moved, cloaked figure, its outline stark against the faint glow of the lantern within. "There," I whispered, gripping Holmes's arm. The figure. Holmes did not reply, but his gaze was intense, memorizing every detail. The figure lingered for a moment, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The crowd erupted in shouts, some fleeing, others clutching their lanterns as though they could ward off the spectre. Holmes turned to me, his expression one of quiet triumph. "The game is afoot, Watson. Tomorrow we shall unravel the threads of this so-called haunting." As we returned to the inn, the tower's chime echoed in my mind, a reminder that in Grimstead, nothing was as it seemed. Chapter 2. The villagers fear the train from London rattled through the misty countryside, its wheels clattering rhythmically against the iron tracks as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson sat in a dimly lit compartment. The air was heavy with the scent of coal smoke and damp wool, and the windows rattled with each gust of autumn wind. Holmes, his sharp features illuminated by the flickering gas lamp, leaned back in his seat, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. His grey eyes, ever restless, darted occasionally to the passing landscape, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. Watson, seated opposite, clutched a folded newspaper, its headlines about London's latest political squabble forgotten in favour of the curious summons that had brought them here. Grimstead, a small village nestled in the folds of the Sussex Downs, was not a place Watson had ever thought to visit. Yet the urgent telegram from the village's rector, Mr. Edward Hargrove, had been impossible to ignore. It spoke of a clock tower whose midnight chimes had become a harbinger of dread, of villagers too frightened to venture out after dusk, and of whispers of a ghostly figure haunting the ancient structure. Holmes, predictably, had been intrigued, his curiosity piqued by the blend of superstition and tangible mystery. A clock tower that terrifies a village. Watson, he had said, his voice tinged with a rare excitement. There is something delightfully precise about a clock, yet infinitely vague about a ghost. Let us see which prevails. Now, as the train slowed and the platform of Grimstead's modest station came into view, Watson felt a prickle of unease. The station was little more than a wooden shelter, its paint peeling under the weight of years of neglect. A single lantern swayed in the wind, casting long shadows across the empty platform. The village beyond was shrouded in fog, its outlines softened to a blur of grey and brown. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howled, its cry swallowed by the damp air. Holmes stepped onto the platform, his Inverness cape billowing slightly as he surveyed their surroundings. A fittingly sombre welcome, he remarked, his tone dry. Come, Watson. The rector awaits, and I suspect the villagers' fears will not wait for us to dawdle. They were met by a wiry young man named Thomas, the rector's assistant, who led them through the village's cobbled streets. Grimstead was a place frozen in time, its half-timber bird cottages and narrow lanes evoking an England of centuries past, yet the atmosphere was far from quaint. Windows were shuttered despite the early hour, and a few villagers they passed hurried along with downcast eyes, their faces pale and drawn. A woman clutching a shawl glanced at them, then crossed the street to avoid their path. Watson caught the faint murmur of her words, something about the tower and cursed chimes. Thomas, noticing their attention, spoke in a low voice. Folks here ain't been themselves, sirs. Not since the clock started acting up. It's the midnight chime, see. Rings out wrong, like it's mourning something. Then there's the figure folks swear they've seen it, drifting round the tower like a wraith. Holmes's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. A wraith, you say? How convenient for a village in need of a ghost story. Tell me, Thomas, have you seen this figure yourself? The young man hesitated, his freckled face flushing. Not clear like, sir, but I've heard things creaks and whispers when I've been near the tower at night. Ain't natural, that's all I'll say. Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes, who merely raised an eyebrow. They continued in silence until they reached the rectory, a sturdy stone building adjacent to the village church. The church itself was an imposing structure, its spire piercing the fog like a needle. Beside it stood the clock tower, a squat, medieval edifice of weathered stone, its clock face staring down like a blind eye. The hands pointed to 4:30, and Watson noted the stillness of the mechanism, no ticking, no hum of gears. It was as if the tower held its breath. Inside the rectory, Mr. Hargrove greeted them with a mixture of relief and agitation. He was a man in his late 50s, with thinning grey hair and a face etched with worry. His study, lined with books and smelling of wax and old paper, was warmed by a crackling fire, yet the rector's hands trembled as he poured tea. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I cannot thank you enough for coming," he began, his voice strained. "Grimstead is a God-fearing place, but fear of another kind has taken hold. The clock tower has been part of this village for centuries, a symbol of order and time's steady march. But now it's a source of terror." Holmes leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Hargrove. "Describe the terror, Mr. Hargrove. Spare no detail, however trivial it may seem." The rector took a deep breath. "It began 3 months ago. The clock, which has always chimed reliably, started sounding wrong. The midnight chime, in particular, is discordant, almost mournful. Villagers began reporting strange noises from the tower, creaks, thumps, even whispers. Then came the sightings. A figure, cloaked and shadowy, seen near the tower or on the churchyard path. Some claim it vanishes into thin air. Others say it's the ghost of Elias Thorne, the clockmaker who built the tower's mechanism 200 years ago." "Elias Thorne," Holmes repeated, his voice thoughtful. "A man of some significance, I presume." Hargrove nodded. "A genius, by all accounts, but a reclusive one. He lived in Grimstead until his disappearance in 1789. Tower's clock was his masterpiece, a marvel of gears and weights that kept perfect time. Some say he poured his soul into it, and when he vanished, rumours spread that he'd been taken by the devil himself." Watson suppressed a shiver, though he noted Holmes's expression remained impassive. "And the villagers believe this ghost." "Is Thorne?" Watson asked. "Many do," Hargrove admitted. "But it's more than superstition. 2 weeks ago, a young man, Samuel Reed, claimed he followed the figure into the tower. He was found the next morning, half mad with fear, babbling about eyes in the dark. He's not spoken sense since." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "Fascinating. And the tower itself, has it been searched?" "By the village constable, yes," Hargrove said. "He found nothing but dust and cobwebs. The door is kept locked, and only I and the constable have keys. Yet the disturbances continue." Holmes rose, his movements brisk. "Then we shall begin with the village. I wish to speak with those who have seen this figure, and with this Samuel Reed, if he is able. Watson, bring your notebook. Mr. Hargrove, arrange for us to meet the innkeeper and any villagers willing to talk. Superstition thrives in silence. Let us give it a voice." The rest of the afternoon was spent in the villages, only in the Black Boar, a low-ceilinged establishment with smoky air and the faint tang of ale. The innkeeper, a burly man named George Baxter, greeted them with a scowl that suggested he had little patience for outsiders. His broad face, reddened by years of drink, was set in a permanent frown, and his small eyes darted suspiciously between Holmes and Watson. "Ghosts, is it?" Baxter grunted, wiping a glass with a rag that looked none too clean. "Load of nonsense, if you ask me. Folks round here see shadows and call 'em spirits. That tower's old, creaky bound to make noises. As for the chime, well, clocks break, don't they?" Holmes's smile was thin. "A pragmatic view, Mr. Baxter. Yet you must admit the village is unusually fearful. Have you seen anything yourself? A figure, perhaps, or anything amiss near the tower?" Baxter's hands stilled, and for a moment Watson thought he saw a flicker of unease in the man's eyes. "Ain't seen nothin'," he said gruffly. "Heard things, maybe, creaks like I said, but I don't go poking round the tower at night. Got better things to do, such as—" Holmes pressed, his tone deceptively mild. "Running this place," Baxter snapped. "Now, if you're done, I've customers to tend to." The customers, however, proved more forthcoming, though their accounts varied wildly. A farmer named Josiah claimed he'd seen a cloaked figure gliding across the churchyard, its feet never touching the ground. A seamstress, Mary Ellis, swore she'd heard a voice whispering her name as she passed the tower at dusk. An elderly man, half-deaf and leaning on a cane, insisted the figure was Elias Thorne, returned to reclaim his clock. Each story was laced with fear, and Watson's notebook filled with contradictory details, tall or short, cloaked or bareheaded, silent or whispering. The most intriguing encounter came with Samuel Reed, the young man who had ventured into the tower. He was brought to the inn by his sister, a pale, nervous girl named Eliza. Samuel was barely 20, with hollow cheeks and eyes that darted like a trapped animal's. He sat hunched in a corner, clutching a mug of tea that trembled in his hands. "Tell them, Sam," Eliza urged softly. "Tell them what you saw." Samuel's voice was barely a whisper. "It was dark. I followed the figure, thought it was a poacher or some such, up the tower stairs, round and round, then eyes, in the dark, like they was but not human, they weren't. I screamed, and I don't remember nothin' till mornin'." Holmes leaned closer, his voice low and steady. "Describe the eyes, Mr. Reed, their color, their size, and the figure. Did it speak? Did it move?" Samuel shook his head, his breath hitching. "Didn't see it move. Just the eyes. Maybe, or green, like a cat's, but worse. No voice, just a feeling, like it knew me, knew my sins." He buried his face in his hands, and Eliza placed a protective arm around him. Holmes sat back, his expression unreadable. "Thank you, Mr. Reed. You've been most helpful." As they left the inn, the fog had thickened, cloaking the village in a grey veil. The clock tower loomed ahead, its silhouette jagged against the fading light. Watson glanced at Holmes, who was walking with a purposeful stride. "What do you make of it, Holmes? Ghostly eyes, vanishing figures. It's all rather fantastical." Holmes's lips curved in a faint smile. "Fantastical, yes, but not without pattern. Fear is a powerful lens, Watson, distorting what the eye sees and the mind recalls. Our task is to strip away the distortion. The footprints we'll find tomorrow in the tower will be far more telling than any ghost story." They returned to the rectory, where Hargrove had prepared rooms for them. As Watson settled into his, he couldn't shake the image of Samuel's haunted eyes or the oppressive silence of the village. He glanced out his window, where the clock tower stood, its face now invisible in the dark. Somewhere within its stone walls, a mystery waited, one that Holmes, with his relentless logic, was determined to unravel. But for tonight, Grimstead belonged to its fears, and Watson felt their weight as he drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning dawned grey and cold, the fog lingering like a shroud over the village. Holmes was already up, his lean frame silhouetted against the window as he studied a map of Grimstead. "We begin with the tower," he announced, his voice crisp. "But first, breakfast. Even a ghost hunter must eat." At the rectory's dining table, Hargrove joined them, his face no less troubled than the night before. Over eggs and toast, he shared more about the village's history. Grimstead, he explained, had once been a prosperous stop on a trade route, its clock tower a point of pride. But as the railways bypassed the village, its fortunes waned, and the tower became a relic, maintained out of tradition rather than necessity. Elias Thorne, the clockmaker, was a figure of local legend, his skill with gears matched only by his secrecy. Some said he was a smuggler, Hargrove admitted, lowering his voice. Others thought him a sorcerer. Either way, his disappearance left a shadow. Holmes listened intently, his fork pausing mid-air. A shadow that persists. It seems, tell me, Mr. Hargrove, who else in the village has access to the tower, however indirectly? Servants, groundskeepers, anyone with a reason to be near it. Hargrove frowned, considering. The constable, of course, Mr. Fowler. He checks the tower weekly. Then there's old Mrs. Grayson, who tends the churchyard. She's half-blind, though, and wouldn't climb the stairs. The sexton, Mr. Lyle, has a key to the church, but not the tower itself. Beyond that, no one, save myself. Holmes nodded, filing the information away, and the village elite. Landowners, merchants, anyone with influence. There's Sir Reginald Vance, who owns much of the land hereabouts, Hargrove said. He's a private man, lives in the manor on the hill. Then there's Mr. Carver, the mill owner, and Mrs. Langley, who runs the general store. They're respected, but I can't imagine them involved in whatever this is. Imagination is a poor substitute for evidence, Holmes replied, rising. Come, Watson. The tower awaits, and I suspect it has more to say than the villagers. They set out for the clock tower, the village still hushed under the fog's weight. The churchyard was a maze of weathered gravestones, some so old their inscriptions were illegible. Watson noticed fresh flowers on a few graves, a sign that life persisted despite the village's fear. The tower's door, heavy oak banded with iron, stood at the base of the structure, its lock gleaming in contrast to the ancient stone. Hargrove produced a key, and the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that vanished into shadow. The air inside was cold and musty, carrying the faint metallic temps of old machinery. Holmes lit a lantern, its light casting flickering patterns on the walls. Stay close, Watson, he murmured, and keep your eyes sharp. The stairs were narrow, the stone worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. As they climbed, Watson felt the weight of the tower pressing in, its silence broken only by the soft creak of their boots. At the top, they emerged into a circular chamber where the clock's mechanism loomed a complex array of gears, weights, and pendulums, all still. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs draped the corners like tattered curtains. Holmes moved with purpose, his lantern sweeping the floor. Here, he said suddenly, crouching. Watson joined him, peering at the faint outlines of footprints in the dust, too recent to belong to the constable's last visit. They were large, suggesting a man, and led toward the mechanism before, doubling back to the stairs. Someone's been here, Watson said, his voice low. And recently, indeed, Holmes replied, his fingers tracing a series of scratches on a nearby gear. And they were not merely sightseeing. These marks are deliberate, Watson made with a tool, perhaps a knife. Our ghost, it seems, has a corporeal hand. They spent the next hour examining the chamber, but found no other clues. The mechanism itself was intact, though Holmes noted its chime mechanism was misaligned, likely causing the discordant midnight toll. A simple fault, he mused, yet one that feeds the village's fears. Curious. As they descended, Watson couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The tower's silence was oppressive, its shadows too deep for the lantern to dispel. Back in the churchyard, Holmes paused, his gaze sweeping the village. The fear here is palpable, Watson, but it is not without cause. Someone is orchestrating this haunting, and I intend to find out who. Their next stop was the constable's office, a small building near the village square. Constable Fowler was a stout man with a ruddy face and a nonsense demeanour. He confirmed his weekly checks of the tower, but insisted he'd seen nothing unusual. "Just dust and gears," he said gruffly. "If there's a ghost, it ain't shown itself to me." Holmes's questions were relentless, probing Fowler's routines, his interactions with the villagers, even his opinion of Elias Thorne's legend. Fowler grew defensive, his answers clipped, but offered little beyond what they already knew. As they left, Holmes murmured, "A man who sees nothing is either blind or hiding something. I suspect the latter." The day wore on with more interviews, each adding to the mosaic of Grimsted's fear. Mrs. Langley, the storekeeper, spoke of dwindling customers, blaming the tower's curse. Mr. Carver, the mill owner, dismissed the ghost as village hysterics, but admitted to avoiding the churchyard at night. Sir Reginald Vance, reached by a note sent to his manor, declined to meet, citing poor health. Each encounter left Watson with more questions, and Holmes with a growing sense of purpose. By evening, they returned to the Black Boar for supper, the inn's warmth a stark contrast to the fog outside. Baxter served them grudgingly, his earlier hostility softened by the presence of paying guests. As they ate, Watson noticed a group of villagers in a corner, their voices low but urgent. He caught snatches of their conversation. The tower cursed, no one safe. One man, a blacksmith, by his sooty hands, glanced at them, then quickly looked away. Holmes, ever observant, leaned closer to Watson. "Notice their eyes, Watson. Fear, yes, but also suspicion. They watch us as much as they fear the tower. We are outsiders, and outsiders are rarely trusted in a place like this." After supper, they stepped into the night, the fog now so thick it swallowed the street lamp's glow. The clock tower was a vague shape in the distance, its presence felt more than seen. Watson's hand strayed to the revolver in his pocket, a habit from his army days. "Holmes," he said quietly, "do you truly believe this is all a human scheme? The stories, the eyes Samuel saw, they're so vivid." Holmes's voice was steady, cutting through the fog. "Vivid, yes, but not supernatural. The human mind is a remarkable thing, Watson, capable of conjuring terrors from shadows and suggestion. Someone is exploiting that capacity, and I suspect they are close, perhaps closer than the villagers realize." They walked in silence, the crunch of gravel underfoot the only sound. As they neared the rectory, a sudden noise, a sharp, metallic clang echoed from the direction of the tower. Holmes froze, his head tilting like a hound catching a scent. "Watson," he said, his voice low and urgent, to the tower. Now they ran, the fog parting before them like a curtain. The tower's door was ajar, a sliver of darkness within. Holmes drew his lantern, its light revealing the same spiral staircase, now cloaked in deeper shadow. Up they went, their breaths loud in the confined space. At the top, the chamber was empty, but the air felt different charged, as if someone had just left. Holmes's lantern swept the floor, stopping at a single, fresh footprint, larger than the ones they'd seen before. Beside it, a small object glinted in the dust. Holmes knelt, retrieving a brass key, its surface etched with a faint designer gear, perhaps, or a cog. He turned it over in his hand, his eyes narrowing. "A key," Watson said, catching his breath. "To what?" Holmes's smile was grim. "That, Watson, is the question. Our ghost is careless, and carelessness is the enemy of mystery. Tomorrow we shall see what this key unlocks and what secrets Grimstead's fear has yet to reveal." They returned to the rectory, the key tucked safely in Holmes's pocket. As Watson lay in bed, the events of the day swirled in his mind, the villagers' tales, Samuel's terror, the tower's oppressive silence. He thought of Holmes, already planning their next move, his mind a blade honed to cut through deception. Whatever lay behind Grimstead's fear, Watson knew one thing: Sherlock Holmes would not rest until the truth was laid bare, as clear and unyielding as the dawn that waited beyond the fog. Chapter 3. Footprints in the dust. The morning sun cast a pale, golden light over the village of Grimstead, its rays filtering through the mist that clung to the cobblestone streets. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson stood at the base of the ancient clock tower, its weathered stone facade looming above them like a silent sentinel. The tower, a relic of Grimstead's medieval past, was both the heart of the village and the source of its recent unease. The eerie midnight chimes, locals claimed, were no mere mechanical tolls, but the harbinger of a ghostly presence, spectre that had driven the village into a state of quiet panic. Holmes, clad in his long grey coat and deerstalker cap, tilted, his head upward, his sharp eyes tracing the tower's ivy-clad walls. The structure was imposing, its clock face a vast unblinking eye staring down at the village square. Watson, ever the practical companion, adjusted his scarf against the morning chill and glanced at Holmes, who was already lost in thought. "Well, Watson," Holmes said, his voice crisp, "we have a tower, a legend, and a village trembling. In its boots, shall we see what secrets this old monument holds?" Watson nodded, his expression a mix of curiosity and caution. "The villagers seem convinced it's a ghost. That innkeeper last night, Mr. Harrow, practically laughed at the idea, but even he seemed uneasy." "Superstition is a powerful lens, Watson," Holmes replied, stepping toward the heavy oak door at the tower's base. "It distorts the truth, but it often points to something tangible. Let us begin with the tangible." The door creaked as Holmes pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit interior. A spiral stone staircase wound upward, its steps worn smooth by centuries of use. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced the narrow windows, and the air carried a faint metallic Thames, likely from the clock's machinery high above. Watson followed Holmes inside, his boots echoing softly on the stone floor. Holmes paused just beyond the threshold, crouching to examine the ground. His gloved fingers brushed the stone, stirring a thin layer of dust. "Interesting," he murmured, his eyes narrowing. "What is it?" Watson asked, leaning closer. "Footprints," Holmes said, pointing to a series of faint impressions in the dust, recent by the look of them. "The edges are sharp, undisturbed by the breeze that filters through these windows. Someone has been here within the last day, perhaps even last night." Watson squinted at the marks. The footprints were irregular, some deeper than others, as if the intruder had been in a hurry or carrying something heavy. Could it be the caretaker? The villagers mentioned a man who maintains the clock. "Possibly," Holmes said, standing and brushing the dust from his gloves. "But caretakers are methodical. These prints are erratic, and there's something else." He pointed to a faint smudge near the base of the staircase, a partial print, but not from a boot. It's too narrow, too precise. A woman's shoe, perhaps, or a man with unusually small feet. Watson raised an eyebrow. You're suggesting to people. I'm suggesting nothing yet, Holmes said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'm observing. Come, let's see where these tracks lead. The two men ascended the staircase, their footsteps muffled by the dust that coated each step. The air grew cooler as they climbed, and the faint ticking of the clock's mechanism became audible, a steady pulse that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the tower itself. Holmes moved with purpose, his eyes scanning every surface, walls, steps, and the occasional cobweb that clung to the corners at the first landing. They reached a small platform where a narrow window overlooked the village square. Holmes paused to inspect the sill, his fingers tracing a series of faint scratches in the stone. Curious, he said, leaning closer. These marks are fresh, Watson. Not deep enough to be structural damage, but deliberate. A tool, perhaps. Knife or a chisel. Watson peered over Holmes's shoulder. The scratches were shallow, forming no discernible pattern. Vandalism, he ventured. Unlikely, Holmes said, straightening. Vandals seek attention. These marks are hidden, subtle. They suggest someone was probing, testing the stone for something. He tapped the wall lightly with his knuckles, listening to the faint echo, solid but not impenetrable. We'll keep this in mind. They continued upward, the footprints, growing fainter but still visible in the dust. The staircase opened into a larger chamber, the heart of the clock tower where the massive gears and pendulums of the clock mechanism dominated the space. The machinery was a marvel of Victorian engineering, its brass and iron components gleaming faintly in the light that filtered through a high arched window. The ticking was louder here, a rhythmic clank that reverberated through the stone walls. Holmes moved immediately to the floor, where the footprints converged near the base of the largest gear. He knelt, his magnifying glass glinting as he examined the dust. The tracks end here, he said, his voice low. But look, there's more. Watson joined him, noticing a series of scuff marks around the gear. Unlike the footprints, these were chaotic, as if someone had been dragging something heavy or struggling. A fight, Watson asked. Or a search, Holmes said. He ran his fingers along the edge of the gear, pausing at a small, irregular notch in the metal. This gear has been tampered with. The notch is recent, and there's a trace of fresh oil, not the kind that's caked into the mechanism. Over years, Watson frowned. So someone was here, tampering with the clock. But why? To make it chime strangely. To feed the ghost story. Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stood and began circling the chamber, his eyes darting from the gears to the walls, the window, and the heavy iron ladder that led to the clock face above. The ghost story is a distraction, he said at last. The chimes are a symptom, not the cause. Whoever was here had a purpose, and it wasn't to frighten villagers with midnight tolls. He approached the window, which offered a view of the rolling hills beyond Grimstead. The glass was streaked with grime, but Holmes's attention was drawn to the frame, where a single, clear fingerprint stood out against the dust. Sloppy, he said, producing a small notebook and a pencil to sketch the print. Our intruder was careless here, perhaps in haste. Watson watched as Holmes worked, marveling at the detective's ability to see meaning in the smallest details. So we have footprints, scratches, a tampered gear, and now a fingerprint, he said. It's starting to feel less like a ghost and more like a conspiracy. Holmes chuckled softly. Conspiracy is a strong word, Watson. Let's call it a scheme for now. But you're right, this is no supernatural affair. The tower is a stage, and someone is playing a part. Their exploration continued as they climbed the iron ladder to the clock face itself. The vast mechanism behind the clock was a labyrinth of cogs and levers, each moving with mechanical precision. The clock hands, visible through the translucent face, cast long shadows across the village square below. Holmes examined the platform carefully, noting more scratches on the metal railing and a faint smear of what appeared to be wet wax, perhaps, suggesting someone had been working here by candlelight. Curiouser and curiouser, Holmes muttered, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. This platform is too exposed for regular maintenance. Whoever was here was taking risks, and risks imply reward. Watson glanced out at the village, where a few early risers were beginning to stir in the square below. If someone's sneaking around up here, they're bold, he said. The whole village can see this clock face. Boldness or desperation, Holmes said. The line between them is thin. As they descended back to the gear chamber, Holmes paused at a small alcove in the wall, partially hidden behind a rusted iron panel. The panel was slightly ajar, and Holmes pushed it open, revealing a narrow space just large enough for a person to stand. Inside, the dust was disturbed, and a single, crumpled piece of paper lay on the floor. Holmes retrieved the paper, unfolding it carefully. It was a scrap, torn from a larger sheet, and bore a series of numbers and letters scrawled in. A hasty hand, 379 LRC. Below the code, a single word was written in a different ink. Crypt. Watson leaned over Holmes's shoulder. A code, directions, perhaps. Possibly, Holmes said, folding the paper and slipping it into his pocket. The numbers could be coordinates, a combination, or even a reference to the clocks. Mechanism, the letters, cell, R, C might indicate left, right, center, or something more obscure. And crypt. That's intriguing. Grimstead's church has a crypt, if I recall the village map correctly. Watson's eyes widened. You think this is connected to the church? I think everything in this village is connected, Holmes said. The tower, the church, the villagers' fears, their threads in a single web. Our task is to find the spider. They spent the next hour combing the chamber for further clues, but the tower yielded little else. The footprints, scratches, and cryptic note were their only leads, each a tantalizing hint of a larger puzzle. As they prepared to leave, Holmes paused at the base of the staircase, his gaze lingering on the footprints that had first caught his attention. These prints tell a story, he said, almost to himself. A man, likely, given the size, but with a companion someone smaller, lighter. They came here with a purpose, and they left in haste. The scratches, the tampered gear, the note, they're pieces of a plan, but the plan is incomplete. Watson adjusted his hat, glancing at the tower's shadowed interior. So what's our next step? Holmes's eyes gleamed with determination. We return to the village. The innkeeper, Mr. Harrow, dismissed the ghost stories, but he knows more than he lets on. And the villagers, someone saw something, heard something. Fear makes people talk, Watson, and talk reveals truth. As they stepped out into the morning light, the clock tower loomed behind them, its chime silent for now. The village of Grimstead lay before them, a patchwork of stone cottages and secrets. And Holmes's mind was already racing, piecing together the fragments of the mystery. The footprints in the dust were just the beginning. The rest of the day was spent in Grimstead's narrow streets, where Holmes and Watson began their inquiries. The village square was bustling with activity, merchants setting up stalls, children darting through the crowd, and a group of elderly women gossiping near the fountain. Holmes moved with purpose, his keen eyes noting every detail, the way a shopkeeper glanced nervously at the clock tower, the hurried steps of a young man carrying a bundle of papers, the faint smell of coal smoke lingering in the air. Their first stop was the Black Boar Inn, where they had taken lodgings the previous night. Mr. Harrow, the innkeeper, was a stout man with a ruddy face and a booming laugh that belied his sharp, calculating eyes. He greeted them warmly, wiping his hands on a cloth as he emerged from behind the bar. "Back so soon, gentlemen," Harrow said, his tone jovial but guarded. "I trust the tower didn't scare you off with its ghostly nonsense." Holmes smiled thinly. "The tower is fascinating, Mr. Harrow. Tell me, who has access to it? The caretaker, perhaps?" Harrow shrugged, tossing the cloth over his shoulder. "Old Tom Briley's the caretaker, but he's half blind and hasn't climbed those stairs in years. The tower's locked most of the time, though I suppose someone could get in if they were determined." "Determined," Holmes repeated, his gaze steady. "And have you noticed anyone determined lately? Strangers in the village, perhaps, or locals acting out of character?" Harrow hesitated, his eyes flickering toward the door. "Can't say I have. Grimsted's a quiet place, Mr. Holmes. Folks keep to themselves." Watson, sensing the innkeeper's reluctance, leaned forward. "Surely you've heard the rumors about the ghost. The villagers are terrified. If there's anything you know, anything at all it could help." Harrow's laugh was forced this time. "Ghosts? It's all nonsense, Dr. Watson. The clock's old, that's all. Creaks and groans, and people's imaginations do the rest." Holmes's expression remained unreadable, but his voice was sharp. "Imagination doesn't leave footprints, Mr. Harrow, nor does it tamper with machinery or leave coded notes." The innkeeper's face paled slightly, but he recovered quickly. "Footprints, notes? I don't know anything about that. If someone's been messing with the tower, it's news to me." Holmes studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Thank you for your time, Mr. Harrow. We'll be in touch." As they left the inn, Watson glanced at Holmes. "He's hiding something." "Undoubtedly," Holmes said. "But he's not the mastermind. He's too cautious, too eager to dismiss the ghost story. He knows something, but he's not the one pulling the strings." Their next stop was the village bakery, where a plump, cheerful woman named Mrs. Elspeth served them tea and regaled them with tales of the clock tower's history. She spoke of the reclusive clockmaker, Elias Thorne, who had built the clock nearly 50 years ago and vanished under mysterious circumstances. "Some say he was mad," she whispered, her eyes wide. "Others say he hid a fortune in the tower and cursed it to keep it safe." Holmes listened politely, his fingers steepled under his chin. "And these recent disturbances, have you seen anything unusual yourself, Mrs. Elspeth?" The baker hesitated, then leaned closer. "Well, I don't like to spread gossip, but 2 nights ago I saw a light in the tower. Not a lantern, mind you, but a strange, flickering glow. It was gone in a moment, but it gave me chills." Watson scribbled the detail in his notebook. "A glow," he said. "Could it have been a candle?" "Maybe," Mrs. Elspeth said, "but it was too bright, too unnatural." Holmes thanked her and led Watson back into the square. A glow, he mused, possibly a chemical light or a reflection of some kind. The tower's windows could amplify a small source. We'll need to investigate at night. The rest of the afternoon was spent interviewing Velesias, a blacksmith who swore he'd heard footsteps on the tower stairs, a schoolteacher who claimed the clock's chimes were off by a fraction of a second, and a young boy who insisted he'd seen a cloaked figure near the tower at dusk. Each story added to the tapestry of the mystery, but none provided the clarity Holmes sought. As evening fell, the mist returned, cloaking Grimstead in a ghostly haze. Holmes and Watson returned to the clock tower, armed with lanterns and a renewed sense of purpose. The village was quiet now, the square deserted save for a stray cat darting across the cobblestones. The tower's door was still unlocked, a fact that Holmes noted with a raised eyebrow. Careless, he said, pushing the door open, or deliberate. Inside, the tower was darker, the shadows deeper. The footprints were still visible, though slightly smudged, as if someone had passed through again. Holmes led the way to the gear chamber, where he examined the tampered gear once more. This time, he noticed a faint residue on the metal, a powdery substance that clung to his glove when he touched it. Chalk, he said, sniffing the residue. Or something similar. It's not native to the tower's dust. Watson frowned. Chalk, what would that be doing here? A marker, Holmes said, or a byproduct of something else. Climbers use chalk for grip, but this is too fine, too deliberate. They climbed to the clock-face platform, where the night air was crisp and the village lay shrouded in fog below. Holmes examined the scratches on the railing again, this time noticing a faint metallic glint embedded in one of the marks. He extracted it with a pair of tweezers, a tiny shard of steel, no larger than a pinhead. A tool broke here, he said, holding the shard to the lantern's light. Someone was prying at something, and they weren't careful. Watson scanned the platform, his lantern casting flickering shadows. This is starting to feel like a treasure hunt, Holmes. The footprints, the scratches, the notices, as if someone's searching for something hidden in the tower. Holmes's eyes gleamed. Precisely, Watson. And the ghost story is their cover. Fear keeps the villagers away, leaving the tower free for their work. As they descended, a faint sound echoed through the tower, a soft, metallic clank, not part of the clock's regular ticking. Holmes froze, his hand raised for silence. The sound came again from the gear chamber below. Moving silently, they crept down the stairs. Lanterns dimmed to avoid detection. In the chamber, the shadows seemed to shift, though nothing was visibly out of place. Holmes scanned the room, his senses attuned to the slightest anomaly. Then he saw a faint movement near the alcove where they'd found the note. A figure, cloaked in dark fabric, was crouched in the shadows, their hands working at the iron panel. Holmes sprang forward, his lantern raised. "Show yourself," he commanded. The figure gasped and bolted, darting toward the staircase. Watson lunged to block their path, but the intruder was quick, slipping past and vanishing down the stairs. The sound of their footsteps faded into the night, leaving only the ticking of the clock behind. Holmes examined the alcove, his expression grim. The panel was fully open now, revealing a small, empty space. They were checking their hiding place, he said, or retrieving something. Watson caught his breath, his heart still racing. "Did you see their face?" "No," Holmes said, "but I saw their boots, heavy, well-worn, and dusted with chalk. Our intruder is no ghost, Watson, but they're clever, and they're not working alone." As they left the tower, the midnight chime rang out, its tolls echoing through the fog. The village of Grimstead slept, unaware of the chase that had just unfolded in its ancient tower. For Holmes, the mystery was only beginning to unravel, and the footprints in the dust were leading him deeper into the heart of the enigma. The next morning, Holmes and Watson sat in their room at the Black Boar Inn, the cryptic notes spread out on the table before them. Holmes had spent the night analyzing the paper, testing its ink and texture for clues. The numbers 379 and the letters Olyssey remained elusive, but the word crypt was a beacon, pointing them toward the village church. "We need to visit the crypt," Holmes said, sipping his tea. "If the note is a guide, it's likely directing us to something hidden there. The church is old, older than the tower, and crypts are notorious for keeping secrets." Watson nodded, though his expression was wary. "After last night, I'm not sure what to expect. That figure in the tower, they were fast and bold to come back so soon after we'd been there." "Boldness is their weakness," Holmes said. "They're confident, but confidence breeds mistakes. The chalk, the steel shard, the fingerprint, they're leaving a trail, Watson, and we'll follow it." Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Mr. Harrow entered, carrying a tray of breakfast. His usual joviality was subdued, and his eyes darted nervously to the note on the table. "Heard you were up at the tower again last night," he said, setting the tray down. "Find anything interesting?" Holmes's gaze was piercing. "Nothing we're ready to share, Mr. Harrow. But tell me, have you seen anyone in the village carrying chalk? A climber, perhaps, or someone with dusty hands?" Harrow blinked, caught off guard. "Chalk? Can't say I have. Why do you ask?" "Just a theory," Holmes said smoothly. "Thank you, Mr. Harrow. That will be all." As the innkeeper left, Watson leaned closer. "You rattled him." "I meant to," Holmes said. "He's not our intruder, but he's connected. The question is how." The rest of the day was spent preparing for their visit to the church. Holmes studied a map of Grimstead, noting the church's proximity to the tower and the layout of its grounds. Watson, meanwhile, gathered information from the villagers, learning that the church's crypt was rarely visited, its entrance sealed by a heavy iron gate. The vicar, a frail man named Mr. Penrose, was said to be the only one with a key. By late afternoon, they stood before the church, a Gothic structure with stained glass windows that glowed faintly in the fading light. The vicar greeted them at the door, his hands trembling slightly as he clutched a ring of keys. "The crypt, you say?" he asked, his voice quavering. "It's not a place for casual visits, Mr. Holmes. The air is damp, and the steps are treacherous." "We're not casual visitors," Holmes said. "We have reason to believe the crypt holds answers to the disturbances in the tower." "You grant us access?" Mr. Penrose hesitated, then nodded. "Very well, but I warn you, there's nothing down there but old bones and shadows." He led them to a side chapel, where a rusted iron gate guarded a stone staircase descending into darkness. The vicar unlocked the gate, its hinges groaning as it swung open. Holmes lit his lantern, its beam cutting through the gloom, and led the way down. The crypt was a labyrinth of stone arches and alcoves, each filled with ancient tombs and crumbling effigies. The air was heavy with the smell of earth and decay, and the silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip of water somewhere in the distance. Holmes moved methodically, his lantern sweeping over the walls and floor, searching for anything that might connect to the note. Watson stayed close, his hand resting on the revolver in his pocket. "This place gives me the creeps," he muttered. "If there's a treasure, it's well hidden." "Patience, Watson," Holmes said. "The note mentioned a crypt, and we're here. The numbers and letters will guide us, if we can decipher them. They reached a central chamber, where a large stone sarcophagus dominated the space. Its lid was carved with intricate symbols, and Holmes paused to examine them, his fingers tracing the worn edges. "These carvings are older than the church," he said. "Possibly Saxon. But look here." He pointed to a series of faint scratches, similar to those in the tower. "These are recent." Watson leaned closer, noticing the scratches formed a rough pattern, 3 lines, 7 curves, and 9 dots. "The numbers from the note," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. 379. Holmes nodded, his mind racing. "And LRC? Left, right, center, perhaps, or something else entirely." He stepped back, scanning the chamber. "The sarcophagus is the key. If there's a mechanism, it's here." They spent the next hour examining the sarcophagus, testing its edges for hidden panels or levers. The scratches were their only clue, and Holmes's frustration grew as each attempt yielded nothing. Finally, he paused, his eyes narrowing. "We're missing something," he said. "The note was in the tower, but it points here. The tower and the crypt are linked." Watson frowned. "Linked how? They're separate buildings." "Physically, yes," Holmes said. "But historically, symbolically, the clockmaker, Elias Thorne, built the tower. If he had a secret, he might have hidden it in both places, a failsafe, to ensure it was never found by accident." As they prepared to leave the crypt, a faint sound echoed through the chamber, soft, scraping noise, like stone against stone. Holmes spun around, his lantern raised, but the chamber was empty. The sound came again, from the direction of the staircase. "Someone's here," Watson whispered, drawing his revolver. Holmes motioned for silence, creeping toward the stairs. The scraping grew louder, then stopped abruptly. When they reached the gate, it was still locked, the vicar waiting nervously above. "Did you hear that?" Holmes asked. Mr. Penrose shook his head, his face pale. "Nothing, Mr. Holmes. The crypt plays tricks on the ears." Holmes's expression was skeptical, but he said nothing. As they emerged into the church, the evening bells rang out, their tolls mingling with the distant chime of the clock tower. The mystery was deepening, and the footprints in the dust were leading them toward a truth that was both closer and more elusive than they had imagined. Chapter 4. The Clockmaker's Secret. The morning sun cast long, golden rays over Grimstead, painting the cobblestone streets with a deceptive warmth that did little to dispel the chill of suspicion hanging over the village. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson sat at a small, rickety table in the dimly lit common room of the Black Boar Inn, their breakfast of cold ham, crusty bread, and weak tea barely touched. The innkeeper, a stout man named Hargreaves, with a perpetual scowl, had been less than forthcoming when questioned about the clock tower the previous evening, his gruff demeanor suggesting either ignorance or deliberate evasion. Holmes, ever observant, had noted the man's fleeting glance toward the ceiling when pressed about the tower's history, a telltale sign of discomfort that piqued the detective's curiosity. Watson, nursing his tea, broke the silence. "Holmes, you've been staring at that map of the village for the better part of an hour. Have you found something in those scribbles that I've missed?" Holmes, his sharp eyes still fixed on the worn parchment spread before him, replied without looking up. "Not in the map itself, Watson, but in what it omits. The clock tower is marked, but there's no indication of the surrounding structures, storehouses, or even the churchyard. Curious, don't you think, for a village so proud of its ancient landmarks? Watson frowned, leaning forward to peer at the map. Perhaps it's just an old map, drawn before those buildings were added. Perhaps, Holmes murmured, though his tone suggested he found the explanation inadequate. He folded the map with precise movements and slipped it into his coat pocket. But I suspect there's more to Grimsted's history than its residents. Are willing to share? Come, Watson. We have inquiries to make. Their first destination was the village archives, a cramped room tucked behind the church, overseen by Miss Eleanor Pritchett, a spinster of indeterminate age with a pinched face and a penchant for order. The archives smelled of mildew and old leather, the shelves groaning under the weight of ledgers, parish records, and faded deeds. Miss Pritchett, perched behind a desk cluttered with ink bottles and quills, eyed the newcomers with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her voice sharp as a schoolmistress's. "I was told you'd be poking about. What is it you're after?" Holmes offered a disarming smile. "Merely a bit of history, Miss Pritchett. We're interested in the clock tower, its construction, its purpose, and, most particularly, the man who built it." Miss Pritchett's lips pursed, but she rose and shuffled to a shelf, pulling down a heavy ledger bound in cracked leather. The clock tower was built in 1823 by Silas Thorne, a clockmaker from London who settled here after some trouble in the city. Queer sort, by all accounts, kept to himself, worked alone. The tower was his masterpiece, or so he claimed. Watson, taking notes in his pocketbook, glanced up. "Trouble in the city." "What kind?" Miss Pritchett sniffed. "The records." "Don't say, and I'm not one for gossip. But folk hereabouts said Thorne was running from something debts, maybe, or worse. He died in 47, and the tower's been nothing but trouble since." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "Trouble, you say, beyond the recent disturbances?" "Aye," Miss Pritchett replied, warming to her subject, despite herself. The tower's bell would ring at odd hours, waking the village. Tools went missing, and some swore they saw lights moving inside at night. Folk called it haunted even then. "Did Thorne have family?" Holmes asked, his tone casual but his gaze intent. "None that stayed," Miss Pritchett said. "He had a son, Nathaniel, but the boy left Grimsted as soon as he was old enough. Never came back, far as I know." Holmes nodded, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk. "And Thorne's workshop, where was it located?" Miss Pritchett hesitated, her eyes narrowing. "It was in the tower itself, or so they say. There's a room at the base, locked up tight since Thorne's death. No one's been inside in years." "Thank you, Miss Pritchett," Holmes said, tipping his hat. "You've been most helpful." As they stepped back into the sunlight, Watson turned to Holmes. "A locked room in the tower. That's a lead. Worth pursuing." "Indeed," Holmes replied, his expression thoughtful. "But first, let us speak with someone who might know more about Silas Thorne's life and his secrets." Their next stop was the home of Old Man Carver, a retired blacksmith who, at 92, was one of Grimsted's oldest residents. Carver lived in a sagging cottage at the edge of the village, its walls overgrown with ivy and its windows clouded with grime. The old man, hunched but spry, welcomed them with a toothless grin and a pot of scalding tea. "Silas Thorne," a Carver said, settling into a creaking chair by the fire. "I was a lad when he came to Grimsted, but I remember him well. Tall, thin as a rail, with eyes that seemed to see right through you. He wasn't one for talk, but his hands, Lord, They could work miracles with gears and springs. Watson leaned forward, his pencil poised. Did you know him personally? Carver chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. As much as anyone could. I helped him haul iron for the tower's frame once or twice. He paid well, but he was cagey, always looking over his shoulder, like he expected trouble to follow him. Holmes, seated with his hands steepled, asked, "What kind of trouble?" "Carver's." Eyes clouded with memory. There were rumors, mind you, just rumors that Thorne had been mixed up with some rough sorts in London. Smugglers, maybe, or worse. Folks said he brought something with him to Grimstead, something valuable he hid away. Never saw proof of it, but he was mighty protective of that tower. Watson scribbled furiously, his brow furrowed. Valuable? You say, like a treasure? Carver shrugged. Could be. All I know is after Thorne died, folks tried to get into his workshop. The door was locked, and no key in the village could open it. Some said he'd rigged the place with traps to keep his secret safe. Holmes's lips twitched in a faint smile. Traps, you say? Fascinating. Did Thorne ever mention his son, Nathaniel? Not to me, Carver said. But I heard the boy was a wild one, always clashing with his father. Ran off to sea, or so they said. Never saw him again. As they left Carver's cottage, Watson's mind buzzed with questions. Holmes, do you think Thorne's son might be involved in the current disturbances? Or this supposed treasure? Holmes's eyes were distant, his mind already racing ahead. It's too early to say, Watson, but the pieces are beginning to align. A reclusive clockmaker with a dubious past, a locked workshop, and a village. Steeped in fear, there's a pattern here, and I intend to unravel it. Their return to the clock tower was marked by a gathering storm, the sky darkening with heavy clouds that cast the village in an ominous gloom. The tower loomed ahead, its weathered stone walls and jagged spire cutting a stark silhouette against the roiling sky. The villagers they passed averted their eyes, hurrying indoors as if the tower itself were watching at the tower's base. Holmes examined the heavy oak door that led to Thorne's workshop. It was reinforced with iron bands, its surface scarred by years of weather and failed attempts to force it open. The lock, a complex mechanism of interlocking gears, was unlike any Watson had seen, its craftsmanship a testament to Thorne's skill. Holmes produced a small leather case from his pocket, revealing a set of lockpicks. "Stand watch, Watson," he said, his voice low. "This may take a moment." Watson positioned himself at the corner of the tower, his hand resting on the revolver in his coat pocket. The village was quiet, save for the distant rumble of thunder and the occasional creak of a shutter in the wind. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from the thrill of the chase, the sense that they were on the cusp of a revelation. Minutes passed, each one stretching into eternity, until Holmes gave a soft exclamation of triumph. The lock clicked, and the door swung inward with a groan, revealing a dark, musty chamber. Holmes lit a lantern, its flickering light illuminating a room frozen in time. Workbenches lined the walls, cluttered with tools, gears, and half-finished clockwork devices. Dust coated every surface, undisturbed except for a single set of footprints leading to a corner of the room. Holmes followed the prints, his lantern casting long shadows. "Recent," he murmured. "Made within the last week, I'd wager." Watson joined him, his eyes scanning the room. "Someone's been here, Holmes. But why? And how did they get in?" Holmes didn't answer immediately. Instead, he knelt by the workbench in the corner, where the footprints ended. His fingers brushed over the wood, pausing at a seam that was nearly invisible to the naked eye. With a gentle press, a panel slid open, revealing a small, leather-bound journal tucked inside. Holmes opened the journal, his eyes scanning the pages with rapid intensity. "Thorne's handwriting," he said, "a record of his work and something more." Watson peered over his shoulder, catching glimpses of diagrams, numbers, and cryptic phrases. "What is it, Holmes?" "A ledger of sorts," Holmes replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "But not for clocks. These entries detail shipment states, quantities, and destinations. Thorne was indeed involved with smugglers, Watson, and this journal suggests he hid something of great value in Grimstead, something he intended to retrieve later." Watson's pulse quickened, the treasure carver mentioned. "Possibly," Holmes said, slipping the journal into his coat. "But there's more here than meets the eye. The last entry is dated the day before Thorne's death, and it mentions a final safeguard in the tower. We need to find it." Their search of the workshop yielded little else a few rusted tools, a broken pocket watch, and a faded photograph of a young man who might have been Nathaniel Thorne. But as they prepared to leave, Holmes paused, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. A faint outline, barely discernible in the lantern's light, suggested a trapdoor. "Watson," Holmes said, his voice sharp, "help me move this bench." Together, they shifted the heavy workbench, revealing a rusty iron ring set into the floor. Holmes pulled, and a section of the stone gave way, exposing a narrow ladder descending into darkness. The air that wafted up was damp and cold, carrying the faint scent of earth and decayed. Holmes handed Watson the lantern. "After you, my dear." Fellow Watson hesitated, then steeled himself and began the descent. The ladder creaked under his weight, but it held. Holmes followed, his movements silent and precise. At the bottom, they found themselves in a small, vault-like chamber, its walls lined with stone. A single wooden crate, its lid nailed shut, sat in the center dot. Holmes approached the crate, his fingers tracing the edges. "No lock," he noted, "but the nails are new. Someone has been here recently." With Watson's help, Holmes pried open the crate, revealing a collection of tightly wrapped bundles. Holmes unwrapped one, exposing a glint of gold, a set of intricately engraved pocket watches, each bearing the mark of a London jeweller known for catering to the wealthy. "Smuggler's loot," Watson breathed. Thorne was hiding stolen goods. "Not just stolen," Holmes said, his eyes narrowing. "These watches are part of a larger haul, one that was never recovered. Thorne must have been the custodian, hiding the goods until the heat died down. But something went wrong." Watson frowned. "You think he was betrayed, or he betrayed his partners?" Holmes said. "Either way, his death wasn't an accident, and someone in Grimstead knows more than they're letting on." As they climbed back to the workshop, the storm broke, rain lashing the tower with relentless fury. Holmes secured the trapdoor and the workshop door, his mind already racing ahead to the next step. The journal, the watches, and the footprints were pieces of a puzzle, but the picture was still incomplete. Back at the Black Boar Inn, Holmes spread the journal on the table, his fingers tracing the cryptic entries. "Thorne's final safeguard," he murmured. "It's not in the workshop or the vault. It's in the tower itself, something tied to the clock's mechanism." Watson, exhausted but exhilarated, leaned back in his chair. "What's our next move, Holmes?" Holmes's eyes gleamed in the lamplight. "We return to the tower at midnight, Watson. The chime will guide us to Thorne's secret and to the heart of this mystery." The hours that followed were a blur of preparation. Holmes pored over the journal, deciphering its codes with a speed that left Watson in awe. Watson, for his part, cleaned his revolver and checked their supplies, his soldier's instincts keeping his nerves steady. The village, battered by the storm, seemed to hunker down, its residents unaware of the revelations unfolding in their midst as midnight approached. Holmes and Watson donned their coats and stepped into the rain-soaked night. The clock tower loomed ahead, its spire a dark finger pointing to the heavens. The wind howled, carrying the faint echo of the chime that had haunted Grimstead for decades. Inside the tower, the air was thick with the scent of oil and metal. Holmes led the way to the clock's mechanism, a towering array of gears and pendulums that filled the upper chamber with a constant rhythmic ticking. The lantern's light danced across the machinery, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Holmes examined the gears, his fingers probing for anything out of place. Thorne was a genius, he said, almost to himself. This clock isn't just a timekeeper. It's a puzzle designed to protect his secret. Watson, standing guard by the door, felt a prickle of unease. Holmes, do you hear that? Holmes paused, his head tilting. A faint scraping sound, barely audible over the clock's ticking, came from below. Someone's in the workshop, he whispered. Drawing his revolver, Watson followed Holmes down the spiral stairs. The workshop door was ajar, and a dim light flickered inside. Holmes signaled for silence, then eased the door open. A figure stood by the workbench, cloaked in shadow. The lantern in their hand trembled, casting wild patterns on the walls. Holmes stepped forward, his voice calm but commanding. "Show yourself." The figure turned, revealing a weathered face framed by grey hair. It was Hargreaves, the innkeeper, his eyes wide with fear and defiance. In his hand was a crowbar, poised to pry open the hidden panel. "Mr. Holmes," Hargreaves stammered, I didn't mean no harm. I just wanted to see what Thorne left behind." Holmes's gaze was unyielding. "You've been in this workshop before, haven't you? The footprints are yours." Hargreaves's shoulders sagged, the crowbar clattering to the floor. It's true. I knew about Thorne's stash, heard the stories from my PA who worked with him. I thought I could find it, sell it, get out of this cursed village." Watson lowered his revolver, his expression a mix of pity and disgust. "You're the one behind the hauntings, aren't you? Scaring the village to keep them away?" Hargreaves shook his head vehemently. "No, I swear, I only came here a few times. The noises, the light stows, weren't me. Someone else has been meddling. I'd stake my life on it." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "Someone else, you say? Who?" Hargreaves hesitated, then muttered, "I don't know. But I've seen a man skulking about tall, with a limp. Never got a good look at him." Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson. "A man with a limp," he repeated. "Interesting, Mr. Hargreaves. You'll accompany us back to the inn. We have much to discuss." As they escorted Hargreaves through the storm, Watson's mind raced. The innkeeper's confession was a breakthrough, but it raised more questions than answers. Who was the man with the limp? And what was Thorne's final safeguard? Back at the inn, Holmes questioned Hargreaves further, extracting every detail. Of his nocturnal visits to the tower, the innkeeper's story was consistent, if toe-serving, and Holmes eventually allowed him to retire to his quarters, with a stern warning to remain there. Alone in their room, Holmes lit his pipe, the smoke curling toward the ceiling. "Hargreaves is a small fish, Watson," he said. "Greedy, but not cunning. The real mastermind is still at large, and I suspect they're closer than we think." Watson nodded, his exhaustion giving way to determination. "What's our next step?" Holmes exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "We return to the clock's mechanism at dawn. Thorn's safeguard is there, and I intend to find it before our mysterious limping man does." The night passed in fitful silence, the storm's fury giving way to an eerie calm. As the first light of dawn crept through the window, Holmes and Watson prepared to face the clock tower once more, their resolve unshaken by the secrets they had uncovered, the dangers that still lay ahead. Chapter 5. A cipher in the gears. The clock tower of Grimstead loomed over the village square like a silent sentinel, its weathered stone facade bathed in the pale glow of a half-moon. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson stood at its base, their breath visible in the chilly night air. The midnight chime had just rung, its deep, resonant toll echoing through the empty streets, stirring unease in the hearts of the villagers who huddled behind shuttered windows. To the locals, that sound was no mere marker of time, it was a harbinger of something unnatural, a call from the spectral figure they swore haunted the tower. But to Holmes it was a puzzle, and he was determined to unravel it. "Watson," Holmes said, his voice low and precise, "the villagers' fear is palpable, but fear clouds judgment. We must rely on evidence, not superstition." He adjusted his deerstalker hat and peered up at the tower's clock face, its hands frozen at 12, as if time itself had paused to watch their investigation. Watson nodded, clutching his notebook. The innkeeper, Mr. Harrow, was adamant that no one has entered the tower in months, yet those footprints we found yesterday suggest otherwise. Someone has been here, Holmes, and recently. "Indeed," Holmes replied, his eyes glinting with focus, "and tonight we shall uncover more than footprints. Come, let us ascend." The heavy oak door at the tower's base creaked as Holmes pushed it open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound upward into darkness. The air inside was musty, thick with the scent of old stone and rusted metal. Holmes lit a lantern, its flickering light casting long shadows on the walls as they climbed. The stairs groaned under their weight, each step echoing in the hollow chamber. Watson's hand rested on the revolver in his coat pocket, a precaution born of the villagers' tales of a ghostly figure that moved without sound at the top. They emerged into the clock room, a cavernous space dominated by the intricate machinery of the tower's timekeeping. Gears of varying sizes interlocked like the workings of a giant's pocket watch, their teeth glinting faintly in the lantern's glow. Dust coated the floor, disturbed only by the fresh footprints they had noted. The previous dinero, deliberate tracks that led to the base of the clock mechanism and then vanished, as if their maker had dissolved into the air. Holmes set the lantern on a wooden crate and knelt beside the footprints, his magnifying glass in hand. "These tracks are no more than 2 days old," he murmured. "The edges are crisp, undisturbed by the wind that seeps through these walls. A man's shoe, size 9, with a slight wear on the left heel. Not a villager, I wager none. We've met match this stride." Watson frowned, scanning the room. But where did he go? There's no other exit, unless he climbed out through the clock face itself. Holmes stood, his gaze fixed on the machinery. The answer lies not in where he went, but what he did here. These footprints cluster around the main gear shaft. Our intruder was not passing through, he was searching for something. He moved to the clock mechanism, his fingers tracing the edges of the largest gear, a bronze disc nearly 4 feet across. Its surface was etched with faint scratches, barely visible in the dim light. Holmes leaned closer, his magnifying glass hovering over the marks. "Not random," he said. "These are deliberate. A pattern, perhaps." Watson joined him, squinting at the gear. "Scratches, Holmes. They could be from years of wear." "No, Watson. Wear is uniform, chaotic. These marks are precise, concentrated in a specific area." Holmes tapped the gear with his knuckle, producing a dull clang. "There is something hidden here. A compartment, a lever, or a message." For the next hour, Holmes examined the machinery with meticulous care, his hands moving over gears, levers, and springs. Watson watched, jotting notes as Holmes muttered, "Observations about the clock's designer, marvel of 18th century engineering, built by the reclusive clockmaker Ezekiel Crane, whose disappearance a decade ago had birthed the haunting legend." The villagers spoke of Crane as a genius, but also a man consumed by secrets, rumored to have hidden a fortune somewhere in Drimster. As Holmes worked, his focus intensified, his movements almost trance-like. Watson had seen this before. Detective's mind narrowing to a single point, every detail of the world falling away until only the puzzle remained. At last, Holmes paused, his fingers lingering on a small, unremarkable cog near the base of the main shaft. It was out of place, its teeth misaligned with the surrounding gears, as if it served no mechanical purpose. "Curious," Holmes said, his voice barely above a whisper. He pressed the cog, and a faint click echoed through the room. A panel in the gear shaft slid open, revealing a narrow recess. Inside lay a folded piece of parchment, yellowed with age but intact. Watson's eyes widened. "Good heavens, Holmes, you found it." Holmes carefully extracted the parchment and unfolded it, holding it to the lantern's light. The paper bore a series of numbers and letters, written in a neat, deliberate hand. 7124, BXQ, the 15th of August, 19 below the code. A single line of text read, "The shadow points at dusk." Watson leaned over Holmes's shoulder, his brow furrowed. "A cipher, perhaps. But what does it mean?" Holmes's lips curved into a faint smile, the kind that appeared when a challenge piqued his intellect. "A cipher, indeed, Watson, and a clever one. The numbers and letters are likely a substitution code, but the key is not immediately apparent. The phrase about the shadow suggests a time or place dusk, when shadows are longest. We must consider the context of the tower itself." He folded the parchment and tucked it into his coat pocket. "This is no random note. It was hidden with care, meant to be found only by someone who knew where to look. Our intruder may have been seeking this very cipher, or perhaps he left it for another to find." Watson glanced at the machinery, its gears now silent in the lantern's glow. "You think this is connected to Crane's disappearance? The villagers say he was obsessed with the tower, spending days locked inside before he vanished." "Obsession often masks purpose," Holmes replied. "Crane was no madman. His work on this clock was meticulous, and this cipher suggests a mind that planned beyond his supposed disappearance. We must learn more about his life, and his enemies." The night was growing colder, and the wind whistled through the tower's open clock face, stirring the dust. Holmes extinguished the lantern, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the moonlight streaming through the clock's numerals. "We shall return to the inn, Watson. Tomorrow we must speak with those who knew Crane best, the historian, Mrs. Elspeth Gray, and the village magistrate, Sir Roland Vance. They may hold pieces of this puzzle." As they descended the staircase, Watson's mind raced with questions. Holmes, if this cipher is tied to Crane's fortune, could someone in Grimstead be after it? The footprints, the shadowy figure the villagers claimed to see. It all points to a living person, not a ghost. Holmes paused at the tower's door, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight. Precisely, Watson. The ghost of Grimstead is a fiction, a mask for human greed or fear. The cipher is our first true clue, but it is only the beginning. We must decipher it before our adversary does. Back at the Black Swan Inn, the common room was empty, its fire reduced to embers. Mr. Harrow, the innkeeper, had retired for the night, leaving a single candle burning on the counter. Holmes and Watson settled into their shared room, a modest space with 2 narrow beds and a window overlooking the village square. Watson lit a second candle and opened his notebook, transcribing the cipher exactly as they had found it. Holmes sat at the small writing desk, the parchment before him. He produced a pencil and began jotting notes, his eyes darting between the numbers and letters. "Let us test the simplest hypothesis first," he said. "The numbers 7, 12, 4 could represent positions in the alphabet, G, L, D, but that yields no clear word. The letters B, X, Q, R, equally enigmatic. A Polybius square, perhaps, or a Vigenère cipher." Watson watched, marveling at Holmes's ability to juggle multiple theories at once. What about the phrase, "The shadow points at dusk"? Could it be literal? A shadow cast by the tower? At sunset, Holmes nodded, his pencil pausing, a promising thought. The clock tower is the tallest structure in Grimstead. At dusk, its shadow would stretch across the village, perhaps pointing to a specific location, a building, a tree, or even a gravestone. We shall observe it tomorrow evening. For hours, Holmes worked on the cipher, testing various cryptographic methods. He tried mapping the numbers to alphabet positions, applying modular arithmetic, and even considering the clock's gears as a physical key. Watson, though no cryptographer, offered suggestions, drawing on his military experience with coded dispatches. At one point, he proposed that the numbers might correspond to words in a specific text, such as a Bible or a book Crane was known to own. A book cipher, Holmes mused. Possible, but we lack the reference text. Crane was a solitary man, unlikely to rely on a common book. The key may lie in the tower itself, fits measurements, its gears, or even the chimes' rhythm. By the early hours of the morning, Holmes had filled several pages with calculations, but the cipher remained unbroken. He leaned back in his chair, his expression one of quiet determination rather than frustration. "This is no amateur's work," he said. "The cipher is complex, designed to resist casual decoding. We need more context, Crane's habits, his associates, his final days." Watson yawned, his eyes heavy. "Shall we rest, Holmes? It's nearly dawn." Holmes glanced. At the window, where the first hints of grey light were creeping over the horizon. "A brief respite, Watson. But the mind does not sleep. This cipher is the thread that will lead us to the heart of Grimstead's mystery." They slept for a few hours, rising as the village came to life. The inn's common room was abuzz with gossip, the villagers whispering about the latest sighting of the ghost, a fleeting figure seen near the tower at dusk the previous evening. Holmes listened silently, his expression unreadable. But Watson knew his friend was cataloguing every detail. After a quick breakfast of porridge and tea, they set out to meet Mrs. Elspeth Gray, the village historian, whose cottage stood at the edge of Grimstead. The morning was crisp, the sky a patchwork of clouds, and the clock tower cast a long shadow across the square. Watson glanced at it, wondering if the cipher's clue about dusk would prove literal. Mrs. Gray was a wiry woman. In her 60s, her hair pulled into a tight bun, her eyes sharp with intelligence. She welcomed them into her cluttered parlour, where shelves overflowed with books and maps of Grimstead's history. "I've heard you're investigating the tower," she said, pouring tea. "It's a grim business." Ezekiel Crane was a brilliant man, but troubled. He trusted no one, not even his own kin. Holmes leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "What can you tell us of Crane's work? His habits, his enemies?" Mrs. Gray sipped her tea, her expression guarded. "Crane built the clock tower in 1785. A gift to the villager, so he claimed. But he was secretive, always tinkering in that tower alone. Some said he was hiding something, money, jewels, or worse. He had a falling out with his brother, Tobias, over their father's estate. Tobias left Grimstead in a rage, vowing revenge. Then, 10 years ago, Ezekiel vanished. No body, no trace. The villagers say his spirit haunts the tower, but I don't believe in ghosts." Watson scribbled notes, his interest piqued. Could Tobias have returned? Or someone else with a grudge? Mrs. Gray shrugged. "Tobias died years ago, or so I heard. But Ezekiel had other enemies, merchants he owed money to, rivals who envied his skill. And there were rumors of smuggling along the coast. Cliffs are riddled with caves, perfect for hiding contraband." Holmes's eyes narrowed. Smuggling, intriguing. Did Crane ever mention a code or cipher? Something he might have hidden in the tower? Mrs. Gray hesitated, then nodded. "Once, when I was young, I helped him repair a church ledger." He spoke of codeways to hide messages in numbers and gears. He said the tower was his greatest riddle. I thought he was joking, but now, perhaps not. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. A boy, no older than 12, stood panting, his face pale. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Sir Roland Vance sent me. There's been trouble at the tower, a man's been hurt." Holmes and Watson exchanged a glance and hurried after the boy, Mrs. Gray's words echoing in their minds. The village square was crowded with onlookers as they reached the tower. Sir Roland Vance, the magistrate, stood at the entrance, his face grim. Beside him, a local man, Mr. Thomas Weaver. The historian's assistant lay on a stretcher, unconscious, a gash on his temple. He was found inside. Sir Roland said, his voice tight. The door was locked, no sign of a struggle. "It's as if the ghost struck him down." Holmes knelt beside Weaver, examining the wound. "No ghost, Sir Roland. This was a human hand. The angle suggests a blow from above, likely with a blunt object. Watson, your medical opinion?" Watson inspected Weaver, his fingers gentle but thorough. "Concussion, I'd wager. He'll recover with rest, but he's in no state to talk now. The wound is fresh, less than an hour old." Holmes stood, his gaze sweeping the crowd. "Who found him?" A villager stepped forward, twisting his cap nervously. "I did, sir. I heard a thud from the tower and went to check. The door was locked, but I had a key from the magistrate. Mr. Weaver was lying at the base of the stairs, blood on his head." Holmes's eyes flicked to the tower's door, then back to Sir Roland. "I shall need to examine the scene. Watson, stay with Weaver. Ensure he's cared for." Inside the tower, Holmes moved with purpose, his lantern illuminating the staircase. At the base, A small pool of blood marked where Weaver had fallen. Holmes studied the steps, the walls, the dust. No footprints other than Weaver's. He muttered, yet the blow came from above. Curious. He climbed to the clock room, where the gears stood silent. The panel they had opened the previous night was still ajar, the recess empty. Holmes examined it, his magnifying glass revealing a faint smudge on the edgy fingerprint, fresh and distinct. Our intruder returned, he said to himself, but why strike Weaver? Was he a threat, or merely in the wrong place? By midday, Weaver had been moved to the inn, where Watson tended to him. Holmes rejoined his friend, his expression taut with thought. The cipher is the key, he said. Weaver's attack suggests someone else knows of it or suspects its existence. We must work quickly. That afternoon, they returned to the tower to observe the dusk shadow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clock tower's silhouette stretched across the village, its tip pointing toward the churchyard. Holmes and Watson followed the shadow, noting its path. It ended at a weathered gravestone, half hidden by ivy bearing the name Tobias Crane. Crane's brother, Watson said, his voice low. Could he be alive, after all? Holmes knelt, brushing away the ivy. The grave is old, but the earth has been disturbed recently. Someone has been here, Watson. The cipher's shadow may indeed point to this spot. They returned to the inn, the cipher weighing heavily on their minds. Holmes spent the evening poring over his notes, testing new decryption methods. He considered the tower's dimensions, the number of gears, even the chime's 12 notes. Watson, meanwhile, interviewed villagers, seeking any mention of Tobias Crane or smuggling. The stories were vague, but one detail stood out: a coastal cave, long abandoned, where lights had been seen at night. As midnight approached, the tower's chime rang out, its sound both mournful and defiant. Holmes set down his pencil, his eyes alight with a sudden realization. Watson, the ciphers, number 7, 12, 4. They may not be letters, but positions. The gears in the clock have specific teeth counts. If we map the numbers to the gears, rotations. He trailed off, sketching a diagram of the clock mechanism. For the next hour, he calculated, his pencil flying across the page. At last, he leaned back, a triumphant gleam in his eye. The numbers align with the main gear's teeth, adjusted for the clock's daily cycle. The letters B, X, Q, R. A secondary layer, likely a keyword. The phrase shadow points at dusk confirms the churchyard. The cipher is directing us to a specific location. What's in a hidden cache, perhaps, or another clue? Watson stared at the diagram, impressed but overwhelmed. So, the gravestone, or the cave, both are possible, Holmes said. Tomorrow we shall investigate the churchyard by day and the cave by night. But we must be cautious. Our adversary is close, and Weaver's attack proves they are willing to act. The night passed uneasily, the cipher's secrets tantalizingly close, yet still out of reach. Holmes and Watson knew the mystery of the haunted clock tower was no longer just a puzzle, it was a race against a hidden foe, one who would stop at nothing to claim Crane's legacy. As the village slept, the tower stood watch, its gears silent, but its secrets alive, waiting for the next chime to reveal them. Chapter 6. Shadows at dusk. The village of Grimstead lay under a shroud of twilight as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, wavering shadows across the cobblestone streets. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, and a faint mist began to curl around the lampposts. softening their feeble glow. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson stood at the edge of the village square, their eyes fixed on the looming silhouette of the clock tower. Its blackened stone facade seemed to absorb the last vestiges of daylight, and the great clock face, with its Roman numerals, stared down like an unblinking eye. Holmes, his sharp features accentuated by the brim of his deerstalker, adjusted his scarf against the evening chill. "Watson," he said, his voice low but firm, "the hour approaches. If our quarry is to make a move, it will be under the cover of dusk. We must be vigilant." Watson, clutching his notebook and pencil, nodded. His military instincts, honed from years in Afghanistan, kept him alert despite the fatigue of their long day. "You're certain the figure will return to the tower tonight?" he asked, glancing at the dark windows of the surrounding cottages. The villagers had retreated indoors, their fear of the tower's supposed ghost palpable in the quiet streets. Holmes's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "Certain, no, Watson. But the evidence suggests a pattern. The footprints we found this morning were fresh, no more than a day old, and the scratches on the tower's inner walls indicate recent activity. Our ghost is no spectre, but a creature of flesh and blood, and such creatures are bound by habit. Tonight, we shall test that hypothesis." The plan, as Holmes had outlined earlier, was simple yet precise. They would position themselves at opposite ends of the village square, with the clock tower as their focal point. Holmes would take the northern approach, near the old well, where he could observe the tower's main entrance. Watson would station himself to the south, behind a cluster of yew trees that offered a clear view of the tower's rear, where a narrow iron ladder led to a maintenance hatch. If the mysterious figure appeared, they would converge, using the cover of the mist to avoid detection. Holmes had insisted on silence and speed, for their quarry was likely as cunning as they were elusive. As the clock struck 7, its deep, resonant chime echoed across the village, sending a flock of rooks scattering from the church steeple. Watson took his position, crouching low behind the yews. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility to a few dozen yards, and the cold seeped through his overcoat, making his fingers stiff around the handle of his revolver. He trusted Holmes's judgment implicitly, but the eerie atmosphere of Grimstead was beginning to gnaw at his nerves. The villagers' tales of a ghostly clockmaker, coupled with the strange occurrences at the tower, had planted a seed of unease even in his rational mind. Holmes, meanwhile, stood motionless by the well, his lean frame blending into the shadows. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the tower and its surroundings. The square was deserted, save for a stray cat that darted across the cobblestones, its eyes glinting in the lamplight. Holmes's mind raced, piecing together the fragments of evidence they had gathered: the footprints, too deliberate to be accidental, the scratches, suggesting something heavy being dragged, and the cryptic note hidden in the clock's gears, its code still unbroken. The note, written in a hurried hand, had read, "When the shadow falls, the truth rises." Holmes suspected it was a clue to the timing of the figure's movements, and dusk, when shadows were longest, seemed the most likely hour. Minutes stretched into an hour, and the mist grew denser, cloaking the village in an almost palpable silence. Watson shifted his weight, his knees aching from the prolonged crouch. He was about to adjust his position when a faint sound reached his ears, a soft metallic creak, like the groan of rusted hinges. His heart quickened. The sound came from the direction of the tower's rear hatch. Peering through the yews, He strained to see through the mist. There, against the tower's base, a dark shape moved, barely discernible, but unmistakably human. The figure was cloaked, its movements swift and deliberate as it ascended the iron ladder with the agility of a cat. Watson's first instinct was to signal Holmes, but the mist made visual cues impossible, and a shout would betray his position. He hesitated, weighing his options. Holmes had been clear. If the figure appeared, they were to converge and apprehend it together. But the figure was already halfway up the ladder, and if Watson waited, it might vanish into the tower's depths. Gripping his revolver, he made a decision. He would follow at a distance, staying low to avoid detection, and trust that Holmes would deduce his absence and join him. Creeping forward, Watson moved with the stealth of his military training, his boots silent on the damp grass. The mist swirled around him, muffling the villagers' sounds, but the creak of the ladder grew louder as he approached. The figure reached the hatch, paused, and pushed it open with a faint scrape. For a moment, Watson caught a glimpse of a hooded silhouette against the dim light spilling from within. Then the figure slipped inside, and the hatch closed with a soft thud. Watson reached the base of the ladder and tested its rungs. The iron was cold and slick with moisture, but it held firm. He climbed quickly, his heart pounding, and reached the hatch in seconds. It was ajar, a sliver of light escaping through the gap. He eased it open, wincing at the faint creak, and peered inside. The tower's interior was a maze of shadows, lit only by a single lantern hanging from a beam. The figure was nowhere in sight, but the sound of footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase leading to the clock mechanism above. Watson slipped inside, keeping to the wall to avoid casting a shadow. The air was musty, thick with the smell of oil and old wood. He moved toward the staircase, his revolver at the ready, and began to ascend. The steps creaked under his weight, and he froze, listening for any sign that the figure had heard. The footsteps above continued, steady and unhurried, as if the figure was unaware of his presence. Emboldened, Watson resumed his climb, his eyes adjusting to the dim light dot at the top of the stairs. He emerged into the clock chamber, a cavernous space dominated by the massive gears and pendulums of the tower's mechanism. The lantern's light flickered, casting grotesque shadows across the walls. Watson scanned the room, his pulse racing. The figure stood near the far wall, its back to him, hunched over a wooden crate. It was rummaging through the crate's contents, muttering softly to itself. Watson couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, almost frantic. He took a cautious step forward, his revolver trained on the figure. "Don't move," he said, his voice low but firm. "Raise your hands and turn around slowly." The figure froze, its hands stilling. For a moment, Watson thought it would comply. Then, with startling speed, it spun around, hurling a heavy wrench at him. Watson ducked, the wrench clanging against the gears behind him, and the figure bolted toward a narrow doorway in the wall. Watson gave chase, his boots pounding on the wooden floor. The doorway led to another staircase, this one descending into the tower's lower levels. The figure was fast, its cloak billowing as it took the steps two at a time. Watson pursued, the lantern light fading as he descended into darkness. The staircase twisted and turned, its walls damp and slick. He could hear the figure's ragged breathing ahead, interspersed with the clatter of loose stones underfoot. The chase seemed endless, the tower's depths far greater than Watson had imagined. His lungs burned, but he pressed on, driven by the need to catch the figure before it escaped. At last, the staircase ended in a low, vaulted chamber, its walls lined with ancient stone. The figure stood at the far end, trapped against a heavy iron gate. It turned to face Watson, its hood falling back to reveal a gaunt, weathered face, eyes wide with desperation. Watson raised his revolver, his voice steady despite his exertion. "It's over," he said. "There's nowhere left to run." The figure's lips curled into a bitter smile. "You don't understand," it rasped, its voice hoarse. "This isn't about me. It's about what's hidden here. You'll never find it without me." Before Watson could respond, a shadow moved behind him. He spun around, his revolver ready, but it was Holmes, emerging from the darkness with his usual calm precision. "Well done, Watson," Holmes said, his eyes fixed on the figure. "Though I must confess, I expected you to wait for me." Watson exhaled, relief flooding through him. "I couldn't let him get away," he said. "He was too quick." Holmes stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he studied the figure. "Indeed," he said. "And now, my friend, you will tell us who you are and why you've been haunting this tower. Speak plainly, for I am not in the habit of tolerating deception." The figure hesitated, its eyes darting between Holmes and Watson. Finally, it slumped against the gate, its defiance crumbling. "My name is Elias Crow," it said, "and I'm no ghost. I'm here for the same reason you are, to uncover the truth about the clockmaker's secret." Holmes's expression remained impassive, but Watson could see the glint of interest in his eyes. "The truth, you say?" Holmes murmured. "Then let us begin with the crate upstairs. What were you searching for, Mr. Crow? And what is this hidden thing you speak of?" Crow's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "I'll show you," he said. "But you won't like what you find." Holmes gestured for Crow to lead the way, and the three of them ascended the staircase back to the clock chamber. The crate still stood open, its contents scattered across the floor: old tools, a tattered journal, and a small brass key. Crow knelt beside it, retrieving the journal with trembling hands. "This belonged to my father," he said. "He was the clockmaker's apprentice years ago. He wrote about a treasure hidden in the tower, something the clockmaker guarded with his life." Watson glanced at Holmes, expecting skepticism, but Holmes's attention was fixed on the journal. "Show me," he said simply. Crow opened the journal to a marked page, revealing a crude diagram of the clock mechanism. Beside it was a series of numbers, written in the same hurried hand as the cryptic note. "It's a code," Crow said. "The numbers correspond to the gears. If you align them correctly, they unlock a hidden compartment. That's what I was trying to do when your friend caught me." Holmes took the journal, his fingers tracing the diagram. "Fascinating," he said. "And what does this compartment contain, Mr. Crow?" Crow's eyes darkened. "I don't know," he admitted. "My father never found it. He disappeared before he could solve the code. But the villagers, they think it's cursed. That's why they call it a ghost. They're afraid of what's inside." Holmes handed the journal back to Crow. "Then we shall find out," he said. "But first, you will accompany us to the inn. I have questions, and you, Mr. Crow, have answers. Watson, keep your revolver ready. Our friend here may yet have surprises in store." As they left the tower, the mist had begun to lift, revealing the first stars in the night sky. Watson walked behind Crow, his revolver still in hand, while Holmes led the way, his mind already unraveling the next thread of the mystery. The chase had ended, but the true puzzle was only beginning to take shape. The journey back to the inn was tense but uneventful. Crow walked in silence, his head bowed, while Holmes's sharp eyes scanned the shadows for any sign of further trouble. Watson's mind raced with questions. Who was Elias Crow, really? Was he truly the clockmaker's apprentice's son, or was he hiding a deeper motive? And what was this treasure, hidden for decades, that had driven him to skulk through the tower like a thief? At the inn, a small, dimly lit establishment called the Rusty Lantern, Holmes secured a private room for their interrogation. The innkeeper, a stout man named Mr. Harrow, eyed Crow with suspicion but said nothing, retreating to his counter with a muttered grumble. The room was sparse, furnished only with a wooden table, a few chairs, and a flickering oil lamp. Holmes seated Crow across from him, while Watson stood by the door, his revolver now tucked into his coat, but within easy reach. "Now, Mr. Crow," Holmes began, his voice calm but edged with authority, "let us dispense with pretense. You claim to be the son of the clockmaker's apprentice, yet you've been sneaking about the tower, terrifying the villagers. Why, and what is this treasure you seek?" Crow leaned back in his chair, his gaunt face illuminated by the lamp's glow. "I've told you the truth," he said. "My father was Daniel Crow, apprenticed to Silas Thorne, the clockmaker. When Thorne disappeared, my father was blamed. The villagers turned on him, said he'd stolen something from the tower. It swore he was innocent, but no one believed him. He left Grimstead in disgrace and died a broken man. I grew up hearing his stories, his obsession with the tower's secret. I came here to clear his name, to find what he couldn't." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "A noble motive, if true," he said. "But your method skulking in the shadows, posing as a ghost suggest less honorable intentions. Why not approach the village openly? Why the deception?" Crow's hands clenched into fists. "Because they wouldn't listen," he said. "The villagers are superstitious fools. They think the tower's cursed, that Thorne's ghost haunts it. If I'd come asking questions, they'd have driven me out, just like they did my father. I had to work in secret." Watson, listening intently, felt a pang of sympathy for Crow. The man's story, if true, was one of injustice and loss. But Holmes's expression remained unreadable, his mind sifting through Crow's words for inconsistencies. "Very well," Holmes said. "Let us assume, for now, that your story holds. The journal, the code, the hidden compartment, what do they lead to? What is this treasure, and why is it worth risking your life?" Crow hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "I don't know exactly," he said. "My father's journal mentions a fortune hidden by Thorne, something he valued, more than gold. It could be jewels, documents, or something else entirely. All I know is that it's tied to the clock's mechanism. The code in the journal is the key." Holmes leaned forward, his fingers steepled. "And the cryptic note we found," he said. "When the shadow falls, the truth rises. What does it mean?" Crow's brow furrowed. "I don't know," he admitted. "It wasn't in my father's journal. I thought it might refer to the time of day dusk, when shadows are longest. That's why I've been searching the tower at twilight." Holmes nodded, his mind already racing ahead. "A reasonable assumption," he said, "but we shall test it. Tomorrow we return to the tower. You will show us the gears, the code, and this alleged compartment. If your story is true, Mr. Crow, you have nothing to fear. But if you're lying," he let the words hang in the air, his gaze unwavering. Crow nodded, his shoulders slumping. "I'll show you," he said. But be warned, Mr. Holmes. The tower's secrets have a way of claiming those who seek them. The interrogation stretched into the night, with Holmes probing Crow's story for details, his father's life, his own movements in Grimstead, and the villagers' reactions to his presence. Watson took notes, his pencil scratching against the paper while the lamp burned low. By the time they finished, the clock in the inn's common room struck 11. Its chime a faint echo of the tower's ominous toll. Holmes dismissed Crow, instructing him to remain at the inn under Mr. Hatton's watchful eye. As the man shuffled out, Watson turned to Holmes, his notebook still open. "Do you believe him?" he asked. "His story's plausible, but there's something off about him. He's too eager to cooperate now, after running from us." Holmes lit his pipe, the smoke curling round his face. "You're perceptive, Watson," he said. "Crow's story is compelling, but it lacks corroboration. The journal is genuine. I'll grant him that the paper and ink are consistent with the period he claims, but his motives, those remain unclear. He may be a victim of circumstance, or he may be playing a deeper game. Tomorrow will tell." Watson yawned, the day's exertion catching up with him. "And the treasure?" he asked. "Do you think it's real?" Holmes exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes glinting in the lamplight. "Oh, it's real, Watson," he said, "but not necessarily in the form Crow imagines. The clockmaker, Silas Thorne, was no ordinary man. His disappearance, the coded note, the hidden compartment all point to a secret worth guarding. Whether it's gold or something more esoteric, we shall discover soon enough." They retired to their rooms, but Watson found sleep elusive. The events of the evening replayed. In his mind, the chase through the tower, Crow's desperate confession, and Holmes's cryptic certainty. The mystery of the haunted clock tower was deepening, and Watson couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something far larger than a village ghost story. The next morning dawned grey and cold, with a fine drizzle pattering against the inn's windows. Holmes was already up, poring over Crow's journal with a magnifying glass. "Good morning, Watson," he said without looking up. "I trust you're ready for another adventure. We have a code to crack and a compartment to find." Watson, rubbing sleep from his eyes, nodded. "And Crow?" he asked. "Still here," Holmes said. "Mr. Harrow reports he hasn't stirred from his room. We'll collect him shortly. But first, look at this." He tapped the journal's diagram, his finger tracing the numbered gears. "The code is a sequence of rotations. Each number corresponds to a gear's position. If aligned correctly, they should release a mechanism within the clock." Watson peered at the diagram, its lines and numbers a jumble to his untrained eye. "And if we get it wrong?" he asked. Holmes's smile was grim. "Then we may trigger something less pleasant." Thorne was a clever man, and clever men protect their secrets with traps. They breakfasted quickly, then fetched Crow, who looked haggard but resigned. The three of them set out for the tower, the village streets slick with rain. The villagers watched from their windows, their faces a mix of curiosity and fear. Watson felt their eyes on him, a reminder of the stakes. If they failed to solve the mystery, Grimstead's fear of the ghost would only grow at the tower. Holmes took charge, directing Crow to the clock chamber. The gears loomed above them, their slow, rhythmic ticking a constant reminder of time's passage. Holmes studied the journal, then the gears, his eyes darting between the two. "Watson," he said, "stand by the main lever. If I give the word, stop the clock. Crow, you'll assist me with the gears." Crow nodded, his hands steady despite his earlier nerves. Holmes began calling out numbers, directing Crow to rotate specific gears. The mechanism groaned and clicked, its movements precise but ominous. Watson watched, his hand on the lever, ready to act. The air grew tense, the ticking of the clock louder in his ears. After several minutes, Holmes paused, his brow furrowed. "One more," he said. "Gear 7, 3 rotations, clockwise." Crow hesitated. "Are you sure?" he asked. "If we misalign it, do it," Holmes snapped, his voice brooking no argument. Crow turned the gear, and a deep, resonant thud echoed through the chamber. The gears stilled, and a panel in the wall slid open, revealing a narrow compartment. Watson's breath caught as Holmes approached, his movements cautious. Inside the compartment was a small, iron-bound chest, its surface etched with intricate designs. Holmes lifted the chest, testing its weight. "Heavy," he said, "but not with gold, I think. Something else." He turned to Crow. "Your father's treasure, perhaps." Crow's eyes were wide, his voice barely a whisper. "Open it," he said. Holmes set the chest on the floor and examined the lock. "The brass key from the crate," he said. "Fetch it, Watson." Watson retrieved the key, and Holmes inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the chest opened, revealing a bundle of papers, a vial of dark liquid, and a small, ornate dagger. Holmes lifted the papers, scanning them quickly. "Letters," he said, "and a map. These are no ordinary documents, Watson. They're evidence of a crime. And a conspiracy." Crow leaned forward, his face pale. "What kind of crime?" he asked. Holmes's eyes gleamed with the thrill of discovery. "That, Mr. Crow, is what we shall uncover next. But for now, we have what we came for. The tower's secret is ours." As they left the tower, the chest secured under Holmes's arm, Watson felt a surge of triumph tempered by unease. The mystery was far from solved, and the papers in the chest promised revelations that could shake Grimstead to its core. The shadows of dusk had yielded their quarry, but the truth, as Holmes had promised, was only beginning to rise. Chapter 7. The Locked Room, Riddlether. Rain had begun to fall in earnest as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson made their way through the narrow cobbled streets of Grimstead, their coats pulled tight against the damp chill of the evening. The village, already cloaked in an air of unease, seemed to hunker down beneath the weight of the storm, its shuttered windows and dimly lit lanterns offering little comfort. The clock tower loomed ahead, its silhouette a stark, jagged outline against the roiling sky, the faint echo of its last chime still lingering in the memory of the villagers. But it was not the tower that drew the pair's attention. This night it was the grim discovery reported just an hour earlier at the home of Mr. Archibald Pennington, Grimstead's local historian and self-proclaimed guardian of its secrets. The news had come via a breathless messenger, a young lad named Tommy who worked odd jobs at the inn. His face pale and eyes wide, he had stammered out the tale to Holmes and Watson over their meagre supper of mutton and ale. Mr. Pennington had been found unconscious in his study, the door locked from the inside, the windows barred, and no sign of an intruder. The villagers, already on edge from the clock tower's supposed haunting, whispered of supernatural forces, of the ghostly figure that had plagued Grimstead for weeks now, striking again. The local constable, a stout man named Hargrove, had sent for Holmes immediately, admitting his own bafflement and pleading for the detective's expertise as they approached Pennington's modest cottage, nestled at the edge of the village green. Holmes's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. The house was old, its stone walls weathered and streaked with moss, its thatched roof sagging slightly under the weight of years. A single lantern hung by the door, casting a feeble glow across the garden path. Constable Hargrove waited for them, his broad face etched with worry, his oilskin coat glistening in the rain. Double quote, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, thank God you're here, Hargrove said, his voice low but urgent. It's a queer business, this poor Pennington's still out cold, and we daren't move him till the doctor arrives. But the room, well, you'll see for yourself. It's locked tight as a drum, and no one can make head nor tail of it. Holmes nodded, his expression unreadable, though Watson caught the faint glint of curiosity in his friend's eyes. Take us to the scene, Constable, Holmes said briskly, and tell me everything you know, every detail, however trivial it may seem. Hargrove led them inside, through a cramped hallway lined with books and faded portraits, to a heavy oak door at the rear of the house. The air was thick with the musty scent of old paper and wax, and Watson noted the clutter of historical artifacts, maps, brass instruments, and stacks of yellowed manuscripts that filled every available surface. The door itself was sturdy, its iron lock gleaming dully in the lamplight. A small crowd of villagers had gathered in the hallway, their faces a mixture of fear and fascination. But Hargrove waved them back with a stern gesture. It's just as we found it, Hargrove explained, producing a key from his pocket. Mrs. Pennington's Archibald's sister keeps a spare key for the study. She let us in after she heard a thud and couldn't get him to answer. But the door was locked, and the key was still inside, on the desk. Holmes raised an eyebrow. The key was inside. You're certain of that? Positive, sir, Hargrove said, nodding vigorously. Mrs. Pennington swears she hadn't used her spare in months, and we found the study key right there, next to Pennington's hand. Interesting, Holmes murmured, his fingers brushing lightly over the door's surface, and the windows, barred and latched, all of M, Hargrove replied, not a crack to slip through. It's as if the devil himself got in and out without leaving a trace. Watson suppressed a shiver, the villagers' talk of ghosts echoing in his mind, but Holmes merely gave a faint, dismissive hum. Let us see for ourselves, he said, gesturing for Hargrove to unlock the door. The study was a small, dimly lit room, its walls lined with shelves groaning under the weight of books and scrolls. A single window, its iron bars stark against. The rain-streaked glass admitted a sliver of grey light. In the centre of the room stood a heavy mahogany desk, cluttered with papers, an inkwell, and a brass candlestick, its candle burned low. And there, slumped in a high-backed chair behind the desk, was Archibald Pennington. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with thinning grey hair and a face lined with the weight of years spent poring over Grimsted's history. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow but steady, and a faint bruise was beginning to form on his temple. Watson knelt beside him at once, his medical instincts taking over. He's alive, Watson said, checking Pennington's pulse. Pulse is weak but regular. This bruise suggests a blow to the head, likely the cause of his unconsciousness. He needs rest and warmth, and we should send for the village doctor immediately. Already done, Dr. Watson, Hargrove said. Dr. Ellison's on his way, though the roads are slow in this weather. Holmes, meanwhile, had begun his examination of the room, moving with the precise, deliberate grace of a predator stalking its prey. His eyes darted from the desk to the floor, from the window to the shelves, missing nothing. Watson watched as Holmes knelt to inspect the rug beneath the desk, his long fingers tracing the edges of a faint scuff mark. "Curious," Holmes said softly, almost to himself. "The rug is slightly askew, as if it was disturbed in a hurry. And here," he pointed to a small, irregular stain near the chair, barely visible in the dim light. "Blood, Watson. Not much, but enough to confirm your assessment of a blow." Watson nodded, his gaze shifting to the desk. The key Hargrove had mentioned lay there, a simple iron affair, its teeth worn from years of use. Beside it was a scattering of papers, some covered in Pennington's spidery handwriting, others bearing diagrams of the clock tower and its mechanisms. A single sheet caught Watson's eye, a rough sketch of the tower's interior, annotated with measurements and cryptic symbols. "Holmes, look at this," Watson said, holding up the sketch. "It's the clock tower. Pennington must have been studying it before he was attacked." Holmes took the paper, his eyes narrowing as he studied the symbols. "Indeed, Watson. These annotations are not mere idle doodles. They resemble the cipher we found in the clock's gears, though I shall need time to confirm it. Pennington, it seems, was closer to unraveling the mystery than he realized. But how did the attacker get in?" Hargrove interjected, his voice tinged with frustration. "The door was locked, the windows barred. It's impossible." Holmes's lips twitched in the faintest of smiles. "Impossible, Constable. I have found that the impossible is often merely a matter of perspective. Let us consider the facts. The door was locked from the inside, the key found within. The windows are secure, and there is no sign of forced entry. Yet Pennington was struck, and the room bears subtle marks of disturbance. The solution, therefore, lies not in the supernatural, but in the mechanics of the room itself." He turned his attention to the window, running his fingers along the iron bars and testing the latch. The bars were solid, the latch rusted but intact. Next, he examined the walls, tapping lightly with his knuckles, listening for any hint of hollowness. The villagers in the hallway whispered among themselves, their voices a low hum of speculation. But Holmes paid them no mind. "Watson," he said suddenly, "assist me with the shelves. I suspect our answer may lie behind them." Together, they moved to the nearest bookcase, a towering structure filled with dusty tomes and rolled parchments. Holmes ran his hands along the edges, pressing and probing, until a faint click echoed through the room. With a groan, the bookcase shifted slightly, revealing a narrow gap in the wall behind it. "A hidden passage," Watson exclaimed, his heart quickening. "Precisely," Holmes said, his voice calm but tinged with satisfaction. "A common feature in houses of this age, particularly those owned by men with secrets to keep. Let us see where it leads." Hargrove fetched a lantern, and the three men squeezed through the gap, the air growing colder and damper as they descended a narrow stone staircase. The passage was cramped, its walls slick with moisture, and the faint drip of water echoed in the distance. Watson's mind raced, conjuring images of smugglers and secret societies. But he kept his focus on Holmes, who moved with the certainty of a man who had already pieced together half the puzzle. The staircase ended at a small wooden door, its surface scarred and weathered. Holmes pushed it open, revealing a muddy path that led toward the village green, concealed by a thicket of overgrown bushes. The rain had turned the ground to a quagmire, but Holmes's sharp eyes spotted something at once: a set of footprints, partially washed away but still discernible, leading toward the clock tower. "Our assailant was no ghost," Holmes said, crouching to examine the prints. These are the marks of a man, likely wearing boots of a common make. The tread is deep, suggesting he was in a hurry. He entered Pennington's study through the passage, struck him, and fled this way, locking the door behind him to create the illusion of an impossible crime. But why attack Pennington? Watson asked. And why now? Holmes stood, his gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the clock tower. Pennington's research, Watson. He was on the verge of uncovering something, perhaps the same secret encoded in the clock's cipher. Our culprit, whoever he is, could not allow that knowledge to come to light. The attack was not random. It was a desperate act to silence a threat. Hargrove shook his head, his face a mask of disbelief. You mean to say someone's been sneaking about in secret passages, all to keep some old secret buried? It's madness. Madness, perhaps, Holmes said, but methodical madness. Come, we must return to the study. There is more to learn, and Pennington's papers may hold the key. They retraced their steps, emerging back into the study to find Mrs. Pennington, a frail woman with tear-streaked cheeks, hovering anxiously by her brother's side. Dr. Ellison had arrived in their absence, a wiry man with a brisk manner, and was tending to Pennington with quiet efficiency. He'll live, Ellison said, glancing up as Holmes and Watson re-entered. The blow was sharp, but not deep. He should come round in a few hours, though he'll have a devil of a headache. Thank you, Dr. Holmes said, his attention already shifting to the desk. He gathered the scattered papers, his fingers moving with practiced speed as he sorted through notes, sketches, and fragments of correspondence. Watson joined him, his eyes scanning a letter half buried beneath a stack of maps. Holmes, this is addressed to Pennington from a man named Silas Gray, Watson said, holding up the letter. It's dated 3 weeks ago. Listen to this, Archibald. Your inquiries into the clock tower must cease. You tread on dangerous ground, and there are those who will not hesitate to act. Holmes took the letter, his expression darkening. Silas Gray, he murmured. The name is unfamiliar, but the tone suggests a man with much to hide. Watson, make a note of it. We shall need to investigate Gray's connection to Grimstead. As Holmes continued his search, Watson's gaze fell on a small, leather-bound journal tucked beneath a pile of books. He opened it, revealing pages filled with Pennington's meticulous handwriting, interspersed with sketches of gears, pendulums, and what appeared to be a map of the village. One entry, dated only 2 days prior, caught his attention. The cipher in the clock is no mere puzzle. It points to something hidden, something the clockmaker guarded with his life. I fear I am close to the truth, but I am watched. Last night I saw a shadow move in the tower, and I am certain it was no ghost. If I am right, the secret lies beneath the church in the old crypt. I must be cautious, for there are those who would kill to keep it buried. Holmes, you must. See this, Watson said, passing the journal to his friend. Pennington knew about the cipher, and he suspected the crypt. He was attacked because he was getting too close. Holmes read the entry, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. Excellent, Watson. This confirms my suspicions. The clock tower, the cipher, the crypti are all linked, and Pennington's attacker is part of a larger conspiracy. We must move quickly. If the culprit believes Pennington's knowledge has been shared, they may act again. He turned to Hargrove, who had been watching the proceedings with growing unease. Constable, ensure Pennington is guarded at all times. No one is to enter this house without your knowledge, and send word to the inn. We shall need a list of all newcomers to Grimstead in the past month. particularly any who have shown interest in the clock tower. Hargrove nodded, though his expression betrayed his lingering confusion. I'll see to it, Mr. Holmes. But what's all this about a crypt? You think there's treasure or some such hidden away? Treasure, perhaps, Holmes said, his tone enigmatic. Or something far more dangerous. We shall know soon enough. As the rain continued to drum against the windows, Holmes and Watson prepared to leave, their minds alight with the new pieces of the puzzle. The locked room riddle had been solved, but the greater mystery of the clock tower, the cipher, and the shadowy figure who haunted Grimstead remained tantalizingly out of reach. For now, they would return to the inn to pore over papers and plan their next move. But Watson could sense the urgency in Holmes's demeanor, the unspoken certainty that the truth was closer than ever, and that the next chime of the clock might bring them face to face with the heart of the mystery. The night stretched on, and the village of Grimstead held its breath, waiting for the dawn. Chapter 8. Whispers of Betrayal. The morning sun cast a pale, golden glow over Grimstead, its rays filtering through the mist that clung to the village like a shroud. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson sat at a small, weathered table in the private parlour of the Rusty Anchor. The village's only in the air was thick with the scent of stale ale and burnt toast, and the faint clatter of dishes echoed from the kitchen beyond. Holmes, impeccably dressed despite the early hour, leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes fixed on a small notebook where he had scribbled observations from the past 2 days. Watson, nursing a cup of tepid tea, watched his friend with a mix of admiration and exasperation. Holmes, Watson began, setting his cup down with a soft clink. Weave footprints, scratches, a cryptic note, and now a historian knocked senseless in a locked room. Yet you sit there as if we're merely waiting for the morning post. What's your mind working on? Holmes's lips twitched into a faint smile, though his gaze remained on the notebook. My mind, Watson, is sifting through the chaff of this village's secrets. The footprints and scratches suggest a tangible presence, not a spectral one. The note, crude but deliberate, points to a purpose beyond mere mischief and the historian's misfortune. That, my dear friend, is a thread that leads us to the heart of Grimstead's elite. Watson frowned, his brow furrowing. The elite? You mean the squire, the vicar, and that pompous magistrate we met yesterday? They seemed more concerned with their own importance than with any ghost. Precisely, Holmes said, snapping the notebook shut. Their bluster betrays unease. Men of their station do not fidget over village gossip unless it threatens their own interests. Today we shall probe deeper into their pasts, their grudges, and their connections to our vanished clockmaker. Watson nodded, though his expression remained skeptical. And how do you propose we do that? They're hardly likely to confess their sins over tea. Holmes's smile widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. We shall pay them a visit, Watson. Politely, of course, but with questions sharp enough to cut through their defences. Come, the day is young, and Grimstead's secrets will not unravel themselves. The first stop was Squire Reginald Hawthorne's manor, a sprawling estate on the edge of the village, its ivy-clad walls and manicured lawns a stark contrast to the modest cottages of Grimstead's common folk. The squire, a portly man in his late 50s, with a florid complexion and a penchant for loud waistcoats, received them in his study, a room lined with oak panels and stuffed with trophies from hunts long past. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the squire's desk, where a decanter of brandy sat conspicuously close to his hand. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Hawthorne greeted, his voice booming with forced joviality. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Surely you've not come to discuss that nonsense about the clock tower again? Holmes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, fixed the squire with a piercing gaze. Nonsense, Squire Hawthorne. A man lies unconscious, a cryptic message has been found, and the village trembles at every midnight chime. I would hardly call that nonsense. Hawthorne's smile faltered, and he reached for the decanter, pouring himself a generous measure. Well, yes, tragic about old Percival, the historian, I mean. But these things happen. A fall, perhaps, or a fainting spell. As for the tower, it's just village superstition run amok. Watson, seated in a plush armchair, leaned forward. A fall in a locked room, Squire, with no sign of entry or exit. That's a curious accident, wouldn't you say? The squire's hand trembled slightly as he raised his glass, though he masked it with a hearty chuckle. Curious, perhaps, but not my concern. I've enough to manage with the estate and the tenants. Ghosts and locked rooms are best left to vicars and poets, not practical men like myself. Holmes stepped closer to the desk, his voice low and deliberate. Practical men, Squire, often have practical secrets. Tell me, what was your relationship with Elias Thorne, the clockmaker who vanished from Grimstead some 20 years ago? Hawthorne's glass froze halfway to his lips. His eyes darted to Holmes, then to Watson, before he set the glass down with exaggerated care. Thorne, why, I barely knew the man. A recluse, always tinkering with that blasted clock. He kept to himself, and I had no reason to seek him out. No reason, Holmes pressed, his tone deceptively mild. Yet village records show that Thorne borrowed a substantial sum from your father, a debt never repaid. A practical man might take an interest in such matters, especially if the debtor disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The squire's face reddened, and he rose from his chair, his voice rising with him. Now see here, Holmes, I'll not have you insinuating that I had anything to do with Thorne's disappearance. He was a mad old fool who likely wandered off and drowned in the river. As for the debt, it was my father's business, not mine. Holmes raised a hand, his expression unruffled. Calm yourself, Squire. I merely seek facts. If you have none to offer, we shall take our leave for now. As they stepped out into the crisp morning air, Watson glanced at Holmes, his voice low. You rattled him, Holmes. Did you see how he reacted when you mentioned Thorne? Holmes nodded, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, Watson. The squire knows more than he admits. His bluster is a shield, but it is a brittle one. Let us see if the vicar proves equally evasive. The vicarage, a modest stone building beside the village church, was a world apart from the squire's opulence. Reverend Thomas Whitby, a gaunt man with thinning hair and a perpetually anxious demeanour, welcomed them into a small parlour cluttered with books and papers. A faint smell of wax and incense hung in the air, and a crucifix gleamed on the wall above the fireplace. Gentlemen, Whitby said, gesturing to a pair of worn chairs, I trust you're making progress with this dreadful business at the clock tower. The village is in a state of near panic. Holmes seated himself, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on the vicar. Progress, Reverend, depends on truth. The villagers speak of a ghost, but I am more interested in the living. What can you tell me of Elias Thorne and his ties to Grimstead's prominent families? Whitby's hands, clasped tightly in his lap, twitched. Thorne, a troubled soul, I'm afraid. He attended services rarely, and when he did, he seemed distracted. There were rumors, of course, about debts, quarrels, even smuggling, but I paid them little mind. My duty is to the spiritual welfare of this parish, not its gossip. Yet gossip often holds a kernel of truth, Holmes said. Leaning forward, the squire, for instance, denies any close connection to Thorn, yet his family's financial dealings suggest otherwise. And you, Reverend, presided over this parish when Thorn vanished. Did no one confess to you, in confidence, about the clockmaker's fate? The vicar's face paled, and he rose abruptly, moving to a small table where a pitcher of water stood. Confession is sacred, Mr. Holmes. Even if I had heard such a thing, I could not divulge it. But I assure you, I know nothing of Thorn's disappearance beyond what the village whispers. Watson, sensing the vicar's discomfort, tried a gentler approach. Reverend, we're not here to accuse anyone. But a man's been hurt, and the tower's mystery is tearing this village apart. If you know anything at all that could help, surely it's your duty to share it. Whitby hesitated, his fingers tightening around the pitcher. I recall one thing, he said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. A few months before Thorn vanished, he came to me, agitated, speaking of a betrayal. He wouldn't name names, but he said someone close to him, someone he trusted, had turned against him. I urged him to seek reconciliation, but he left in anger. That was the last I saw of him. Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. A betrayal, you say? Did Thorn mention any specifics? A place, a sum of money, a promise broken? The vicar shook his head, his expression pained. No, nothing so clear. He was cryptic, almost paranoid. I thought it the ramblings of a man under strain. But now, with all that's happened, his voice trailed off, and he sank back into his chair. Holmes stood, his movements brisk. Thank you, Reverend. Your recollection may prove more valuable than you realize. We shall trouble you no further for the moment. As they walked back toward the village square, Watson glanced at Holmes. A betrayal, Holmes. That's something, isn't it? But it's still vague. Thorn could have been talking about anyone. Not anyone, Watson, Holmes said, his voice sharp with conviction. The squire's reaction, the vicar's hesitation, these are not the responses of men unconnected to Thorn's fate. Our final visit of the morning will be to Magistrate Clarence Drayton. If he, too, flinches at Thorn's name, we shall have our triangle of suspicion. Magistrate Drayton's residence was a severe greystone house on the village's main thoroughfare, its windows shuttered as if to ward off prying eyes. Drayton, a lean man with a hawkish face and a manner that bordered on arrogance, received them in a sparsely furnished drawing room. A single oil lamp burned on a side table, casting harsh shadows across his angular features. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Drayton said, his voice clipped. I've heard of your inquiries. I trust you're not here to waste my time with tales of ghosts and goblins. Holmes, standing by the window, turned to face the magistrate. Far from it, Mr. Drayton. I am here to discuss Elias Thorn, a man whose disappearance seems to trouble Grimsted's leading citizens far more than they care to admit. Drayton's eyes narrowed, but his voice remained steady. Thorn, a minor figure, long forgotten. He built the clock, made a nuisance of himself with his odd ways, and then vanished. Likely drank himself into a ditch somewhere. Why dredge up such ancient history? Because ancient history, Magistrate, has a way of haunting the present, Holmes replied. Thorn owed money to the Hawthorne family. He spoke of betrayal to the vicar. And you, as magistrate at the time of his disappearance, would have been privy to any official inquiries. Were there none? Drayton leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming on the armrest. There were inquiries, of course. A missing man is no small matter. But there was no evidence of foul play, no body, no witnesses. The case was closed within a month. If you're suggesting I neglected my duties, Holmes, I take offense. I suggest nothing, Holmes said, his tone icy. I observe. And I observe that you, like the squire and the vicar, grow defensive when Thorn's name is mentioned. Why is that, magistrate? What did Thorn know or possessed that still casts a shadow over Grimstead? Drayton rose, his face a mask of controlled anger. You overstep, Holmes. I've no patience for insinuations. If you've evidence of wrongdoing, present it. Otherwise, I've matters to attend to. Holmes inclined his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Very well, magistrate. We shall leave you to your matters. But rest assured, I shall find the evidence you so keenly demand. The afternoon found Holmes and Watson back at the Rusty Anchor, the parlour now dim with the fading light of a cloudy day. Holmes paced before the fireplace, his hands clasped behind his back, while Watson sat at the table, jotting notes from their morning interviews. Well, Holmes, Watson said, setting down his pen, you've rattled the squire, unnerved the vicar, and provoked the magistrate. What have we gained beyond their irritation? Holmes stopped pacing, his eyes alight with intensity. We have gained clarity, Watson. Each man's reaction confirms a shared secret, a thread that binds them to Thorn's disappearance. The squire's bluster hides financial motives, perhaps a debt Thorn never intended to repay. The vicar's whisper of betrayal points to a personal grievance, someone Thorn trusted, and Drayton's defiance suggests a man protecting his authority, perhaps to conceal his own complicity. Watson rubbed his temples, his voice weary. But what does it all mean, Holmes? Are they all involved? And how does this connect to the clock tower, the footprints, the note? Holmes resumed pacing, his words rapid and precise. Consider the facts, Watson. Thorn, a skilled clockmaker, vanishes after borrowing money from the Hawthorne family. He speaks of betrayal, hinting at a trusted ally turned enemy. The village elite squire, vicar, magistrate benefited from his disappearance or feared what he might reveal. Now, 20 years later, the clock tower, Thorn's creation, becomes the focus of a so-called haunting. Footprints and scratches suggest someone is using the tower, perhaps to search for something Thorn left behind. The cryptic note, hidden in the gears, is a clue to that something, a fortune, a secret, or both. Watson's eyes widened. A fortune? You think Thorn hid something valuable in the tower? Or beneath it? Holmes said, his voice low. The scratches inside the tower were not random, they were concentrated near the base, as if someone were testing the stonework. The note, with its coded symbols, may point to a hidden compartment or a location nearby. And the attack on the historian, Percival, in a locked room. That was no accident. He was researching Thorn's life, perhaps getting too close to the truth. Watson leaned back, his mind racing. So the ghost is someone after this hidden treasure, but who? One of the elite, or someone else entirely? Holmes's gaze grew distant, his mind clearly working through a dozen possibilities. That, Watson, is what we must uncover. The squire has the motive of money. The vicar has the knowledge Thorn's confession of betrayal. The magistrate has the power to cover up a crime or silence a threat. But there may be another player, someone we've yet to meet, orchestrating the charade from the shadows. The parlour door creaked open, and the innkeeper, a stout woman named Mrs. Harrow, poked her head in. "Beg pardon, gentlemen, but there's a lad here with a message for Mr. Holmes." Holmes's eyes snapped to the door. "Show him in, Mrs. Harrow." A boy of no more than 12, his cap askew and his cheeks flushed from running, stepped into the parlour. He clutched a folded slip of paper, which he handed to Holmes with a nervous bob of his head. "From Mr. Percival, sir. He's awake, and he says it's urgent." Holmes unfolded the note, his eyes scanning the scrawled words. A rare flicker of surprise crossed his face before he handed the note to Watson. "Read it, Watson. It seems our historian has a revelation to share." Watson took the note, his heart quickening as he read the shaky handwriting. "Mr. Holmes, I know who struck me. Come at once. The clock tower holds more than Gizit holds a secret worth killing for. Percival." Watson looked up, his voice tense. "Holmes, if Percival knows who attacked him, we're closer to the truth than ever. But he's in danger, isn't he?" Holmes was already reaching for his coat, his movements swift and purposeful. "Undoubtedly, Watson. Whoever struck Percival once will not hesitate to do so again. We must reach him before they do. Arm yourself. My friend this evening may bring us face to face with Grimsted's betrayer." The journey to the historian's cottage was swift, the village streets eerily quiet as dusk settled over Grimsted. The cottage, a small ivy-covered building near the church, glowed faintly with lamplight. Holmes knocked sharply, his hand resting lightly on the revolver in his pocket. Watson, his own pistol at the ready, stood close behind. The door opened to reveal Percival, his face pale and bandaged, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice hoarse. "Thank God you've come. I've been such a fool, poking into things I didn't understand." Holmes stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the cluttered room books strewn across a table, papers spilling onto the floor. "You're alive, Mr. Percival, which is more than your attacker likely intended. Tell us what you know." Percival sank into a chair, his hands trembling. "I was researching Thorne's life for a book on Grimsted's history. I found letters, old ones, hidden in the church archives. They mentioned a fortune, something Thorne had hidden before he vanished. Not gold, but something else, documents, perhaps, or proof of a crime. The letters hinted at a partner, someone high in the village, who betrayed him." Watson leaned forward, his voice urgent. "Who, Percival? Who betrayed Thorne?" Percival's eyes darted to the window, as if expecting to see a face pressed against the glass. "I don't know their name, not for certain. But the night I was attacked, I'd been in the tower, looking for a hiding place Thorne might have used. I heard footsteps, then a voice, low, angry. They said, 'You're too close, old man.' Then something struck me, and I woke up in that locked room." Holmes's expression was grim. "The voice male or female? Any accent, any distinctive trait?" "Male," Percival said, his brow furrowing. "No accent I could place, but educated, not a common labourer. And there was something else, a smell, like tobacco, but sweeter, like a pipe." Holmes nodded, filing the detail away. "And the letters, where are they now?" Percival's face fell. "Gone. They were in my satchel when I was attacked. Whoever struck me must have taken them." Watson cursed under his breath. "So the attacker has the proof now. They could be halfway to claiming Thorne's fortune." "Not yet," Holmes said, his voice steely. The note in the clock's gears, the scratches at the base, these suggest the attacker is still searching. Percival, you must remain here, under guard. Watson, we return to the tower tonight. If our betrayer is hunting Thorn's secret, they will not resist the lure of the clock's midnight chime. The clock tower loomed against the night sky, its silhouette stark and ominous. Holmes and Watson approached silently, their footsteps muffled by the damp grass. The village was asleep, save for the faint glow of lanterns in a few windows. The tower's door, left ajar from their earlier visit, creaked as Holmes pushed it. Open inside, the air was cold and heavy with the scent of oil and dust. The clock's gears ticked steadily, a low, rhythmic pulse that seemed to echo the village's heartbeat. Holmes lit a small lantern, its light casting long shadows across the stone walls. He moved to the base of the tower, where the scratches they had found earlier marred the floor. Here, Watson, Holmes said, kneeling. The scratches are deeper than I first thought. Someone has been prying at these stones, perhaps believing Thorn's secret lies beneath. Watson crouched. Beside him, his pistol drawn. Do you think the fortune is here? Or is this another of Thorn's riddles? Before Holmes could answer, a faint sound, a soft scrape, came from above. Both men froze, their eyes darting to the spiral staircase that led to the clock's mechanism. Holmes extinguished the lantern, plunging the tower into darkness, save for the faint moonlight filtering through a high window. Stay close, Holmes whispered, his voice barely audible. Our betrayer is here. They ascended the stairs, their movements silent and deliberate. The ticking of the clock grew louder, a relentless reminder of the approaching midnight chime. At the top, the platform opened to the clock's massive gears, their teeth glinting in the dim light. And there, bent over a panel in the wall, was a figure cloaked, their face obscured, but unmistakably human. Holmes stepped forward, his revolver gleaming in his hand. Step away from the wall, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. Your search ends here. The figure stiffened, then turned slowly. The cloak fell back, revealing a face Watson had not expected. Magistrate Clarence Drayton, his hawkish features twisted with a mix of defiance and fear. In his hand was a crowbar, its tip stained with fresh stone dust. Drayton, Watson gasped, his pistol trained on the magistrate. You're the ghost. Drayton's lips curled into a sneer, though his eyes betrayed his panic. Ghost, don't be absurd, Doctor. I'm no spectre, merely a man claiming what's owed to me. Holmes's gaze was unyielding. Owed to you, by Elias Thorn, I presume. The fortune he hither documents mentioned in the letters Percival found. Proof, perhaps, of a smuggling ring you and others profited from 20 years ago. Drayton's grip on the crowbar tightened, but he made no move to strike. You're clever, Holmes. I'll give you that. Yes, Thorn was part of it, a small cog in a larger machine. He built the clock, but he also hid our profits, our records, in case we were ever caught. When he grew greedy, demanding a larger share, we dealt with him. Watson's voice was thick with disgust. You killed him, Drayton's sneer faltered. Not I, the squire's father. He had the temper for it. Thorn's body lies in the river, or what's left of it. But his secret, his damned fortune's here, in this tower. I've spent years searching, and I won't let you or that meddling historian stop me. Holmes stepped closer, his revolver steady. You attacked Percival. You left the cryptic note, hoping to scare others away, and the scratches, the footprints, they were your clumsy attempts to find Thorn's hiding place. Drayton laughed. A harsh, bitter sound. clumsy, I was close, Holmes. The note was Thorne's owner clue to his crypt, his final jest. I'd have found it tonight if you hadn't interfered. The clock's gears began to whir, signalling the approach of midnight. Holmes's eyes flicked to the mechanism, then back to Drayton. You've lost, magistrate. Drop the crowbar, or I assure you, the next chime will be your last. For a moment, it seemed Drayton might resist. His eyes darted to the panel, then to the staircase. But the weight of Holmes's gaze, the glint of the revolver, proved too much. The crowbar clattered to the floor, and Drayton's shoulders slumped in defeat. Watson moved forward, binding Drayton's wrists with a length of cord from his pocket. It's over, Drayton. You'll answer for Percival, for Thorne, for all of it. As the midnight chime rang out, clear and resonant, Holmes holstered his revolver, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. Not quite over, Watson. Drayton is but one piece of the puzzle. The squire and the vicar have their own roles to confess, and Thorne's fortune, whatever it may be, still lies hidden, waiting for us to uncover it. The chime faded, and the tower fell silent once more. Holmes turned to the panel Drayton had been prying at, his fingers tracing the edges. Come, Watson. The night is not yet done, and Grimsted's secrets are far from fully unravelled. The hours that followed were a blur of activity. Drayton was escorted to the village constable's office, his protests growing fainter with each step. Holmes and Watson returned to the tower, their lanterns casting light on every crevice, every stone. The panel Drayton had been working on yielded nothing, but Holmes's keen eyes spotted a faint irregularity in the floristones, slightly misaligned, its edges worn smoother than its neighbour's dot. With Watson's help, Holmes pried the stone loose, revealing a small, dust-covered box. Inside was a bundle of papers, letters, ledgers, and a single, yellowed map. The documents detailed a smuggling operation that had enriched Grimsted's elite decades ago, with names that included Hawthorne's father, Drayton, and, to Watson's surprise, the vicar's own brother, long deceased. The fortune, Holmes said, holding up the map, is not gold, but knowledge proof of crimes that could ruin those still living. Thorne hid it to protect himself, but his betrayal cost him his life. Watson stared at the papers, his voice heavy. And now, what do we do with this? Holmes's eyes gleamed in the lantern light. We deliver justice, Watson. The squire and the vicar will face their reckoning, and Grimsted will learn that its ghosts are far less fearsome than its truths. As dawn broke over the village, Holmes and Watson emerged from the tower, the box tucked under Holmes's arm. The mist was lifting, and the first rays of sunlight touched the clock tower's spire, casting a warm glow over Grimsted. For the first time in days, the village felt at peace, if only for a moment. Chapter 9. The Hidden Mechanism. The fog hung low over Grimsted as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson made their way back to the clock tower, the village's ancient sentinel looming like a spectre through the mist. The events of the past days, cryptic note, the shadowy figure, the locked room riddle had woven a tapestry of intrigue that Holmes was determined to unravel. The air was damp, carrying the faint scent of moss and wood smoke, and the cobblestones glistened under the weak glow of gas lamps. Watson, clutching his overcoat against the chill, glanced at his companion, whose sharp features were set in a mask of intense focus. Holmes, Watson ventured, breaking the silence, do you truly believe that note we found in the gears holds the key to this mystery? It seemed little more than gibberish to me. Holmes's lips twitched in a faint smile, though his eyes remained fixed on the tower ahead. Gibberish to the untrained eye, Watson, is often the cipher to the discerning. Mind, that note was no accident. Its placement within the clock's mechanism suggests deliberate concealment, and I suspect it points to something hidden within the tower itself. We are close, my dear friend, closer than our elusive ghost would like. They reached the base of the clock tower, its weathered stone walls rising into the fog. The heavy oak door creaked as Holmes pushed it open, revealing the dim interior where the faint ticking of the clock's gears echoed like a heartbeat. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of oil and dust. Holmes lit a lantern, its warm glow casting long shadows across the spiral staircase that wound upward to the clock face. Watson followed, his boots scuffing against the worn stone steps, his mind still grappling with the puzzle that had consumed them since their arrival in Grimstead. The tower's interior was a labyrinth of beams and pulleys, the massive gears of the clock mechanism dominating the upper chamber. Holmes moved with purpose, his lantern sweeping over the machinery as he retraced their earlier investigation. The cryptic note, discovered the previous day, had been a scrap of parchment wedged behind a cog, its ink faded but legible. Beneath the heart, the truth lies still. Seek the third, where shadows spill. Holmes had spent the night poring over it, his pipe smoke curling in the inn's parlour as he muttered about ciphers and symbolism. Now he seemed certain of his next step. "Watson," Holmes said, pausing before the largest gear, a bronze behemoth that drove the clock's hands, "consider the note's wording. Beneath the heart suggests something central to the mechanism, perhaps the core of the clock itself. The third could refer to a sequence or position, and where shadows spill implies a place where light and darkness interact. We must examine this gear closely." Watson nodded, though his skepticism lingered. He held the lantern higher as Holmes knelt beside the gear, his gloved fingers tracing its edges. The detective's movements were precise, almost surgical, as he probed for irregularities. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the rhythmic clank of the clock. Then, with a faint click, Holmes's fingers found Purchaser small panel, no larger than a book concealed in the gear's frame. Watson leaned closer, his breath catching as Holmes pried it open, revealing a narrow compartment within. Inside lay a folded parchment, its edges yellowed with age. Holmes unfolded it with care, spreading it flat on the floor. It was a map, crudely drawn but detailed, depicting the village of Grimstead and its surrounding landmarks. At the center was the clock tower, marked with a bold X lines radiated. Outward, one leading to the village church, another to the old mill, and a third to a copse of trees beyond the graveyard. A single word was scrawled in the margin: crypt. Watson's eyes widened. A crypt, beneath the church, perhaps. Holmes, this could be the key to the clockmaker's disappearance, or the so-called haunting. Holmes's gaze was fixed on the map, his mind racing. Indeed, Watson. The clockmaker, Ebenezer Holt, was no mere artisan. The villagers spoke of his reclusiveness, his obsession with the tower. This map suggests he was guarding something worth hiding in the heart of his creation. The crypt may hold the answers we seek, but we must proceed with caution. Our ghost is no apparition, and they will not take kindly to our interference. The weight of the discovery settled over them as they descended the tower, the map tucked safely in Holmes's coat. The village was quiet, its residents shuddered indoors against the fog and the rumors of the tower's curse. The church, A squat stone building with a leaning steeple stood at the edge of the village square. Its iron gate creaked as Holmes pushed it open, leading Watson through the overgrown graveyard to the church's rear entrance. The door was unlocked, a detail that did not escape Holmes's notice. Inside, the air was cold and musty, the pews shrouded in shadow. A faint light flickered from the altar, where a single candle burned, its wax pooling on the stone. Watson's hand strayed to the revolver in his pocket, a habit born of too many dangerous nights with Holmes. The detective, however, seemed unperturbed, his attention drawn to a worn tapestry behind the altar. It depicted St. Michael slaying a dragon, its colors faded but its stitching intact. Holmes ran his fingers along its edge, then, with a swift tug, pulled it aside, revealing a low wooden door set into the wall. "The crypt," Holmes murmured, his voice low. The map was precise. "This door has not been opened in years, yet the lock is well-oiled. Someone has been here recently." The door opened with a groan, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Holmes lit a second lantern, its light illuminating damp stone walls and cobwebs that swayed in the draught. Watson followed, his heart pounding as they descended. The air grew colder, the scent of earth and decay growing stronger. At the bottom, the staircase opened into a low-ceilinged chamber, its walls lined with stone shelves holding ancient coffins. In the center stood a single sarcophagus, its lid carved with an intricate clock facer, chilling echo of the tower. Above, Holmes approached the sarcophagus, his lantern casting eerie shadows across the room. "This is no ordinary tomb," he said, his voice echoing faintly. "The clock motif, the map's direction, it all points to this. Watson, help me lift the lid." Together, they heaved the stone lid aside, the grinding of stone on stone reverberating. Through the crypt, inside, there was no body, no bones only, a wooden box, its surface inlaid with brass gears. Holmes lifted it carefully, setting it on the floor. The box was locked, but a small keyhole suggested a mechanism similar to the clock tower's hidden panel. Holmes produced a set of lockpicks from his pocket, his fingers working with practiced precision. Within moments, the lock clicked, and the lid sprang open. Inside was a collection of documents, their pages brittle but intact. Holmes scanned them quickly, his eyes narrowing. "Ledgers," he said, detailing shipments of good silks, spices, gold, moving through Grimstead. Decades ago. "This is evidence of a smuggling ring, Watson, one that operated under the village's nose. Ebenezer Holt was no mere clockmaker. He was complicit, perhaps even a leader, in this enterprise." Watson peered over Holmes's shoulder, his mind racing. "But why hide this here? And what does it have to do with the haunting?" Holmes's gaze was distant, piecing together the puzzle. Holt's disappearance was no accident. He hid these ledgers to protect himself or to blackmail his partners. The map, the note, the mechanism, they were safeguards, ensuring his secrets remained hidden. But someone else knows of this, Watson. The ghost haunting the tower is no spirit, but a living soul seeking to reclaim what Holt left behind. The question is, who? Their conversation was cut short by a faint sound, a scuff of boots on stone, echoing from the staircase. Holmes's hand shot up, silencing Watson. He extinguished the lantern, plunging the crypt into darkness. The footsteps grew closer, deliberate and unhurried. Watson's grip tightened on his revolver, his pulse hammering in his ears. Holmes, ever calm, leaned close and whispered, "Stay still. Our visitor may reveal more than they intend." The Footsteps stopped at the edge of the crypt, and a match flared, casting a dim glow. A figure stood silhouetted against the staircase, their face obscured by a hooded cloak. In their hand was a lantern, its light glinting off a small pistol. The figure stepped forward, their boots crunching on the stone floor, and paused before the sarcophagus. They muttered something under their breath, a curse or a prayer, and knelt to examine the open box. Holmes sprang into action, his movement a blur in the shadows. Before the figure could react, he seized their wrist, twisting the pistol free. The lantern fell, its glass shattering, but Watson was quick to relight their own, illuminating the scene. The figure struggled, but Holmes's grip was iron. With a swift motion, he pulled back the hood, revealing a face that Watson recognized with a start: Margaret Hale, the village's quiet seamstress, whose unassuming demeanor had made her nearly invisible during their investigation. "Miss Hale," Holmes said, his voice cold but tinged with curiosity. "I confess, I had not expected you. Care to explain your presence in this crypt, and your interest in Ebenezer Holt's secrets?" Margaret's eyes blazed with defiance, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. "You know nothing, Mr. Holmes," she spat. "This is bigger than you, bigger than Grimstead. Let me go, and I'll tell you what you want to know." Holmes released her wrist, but stepped between her and the staircase, blocking her escape. "I think not, Miss Hale. You've gone to great lengths to maintain this charade, the ghostly figure, the sabotage of the tower. The ledgers suggest a motive tied to Holt's smuggling ring. Are you a descendant, perhaps, seeking to reclaim a lost fortune, or merely a pawn in a larger game?" Margaret's lips tightened, but the weight of Holmes's scrutiny seemed to break her resolve. She sank to the floor, her shoulders slumping. "I'm no pawn," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ebenezer Holt was my great-uncle. He left behind more than Legerza treasure, hidden somewhere in Grimstead. I've spent years searching, following his clues. The haunting was a distraction to keep the villagers away while I searched the tower." Watson stared, incredulous. "A treasure? You terrified an entire village for gold." "Not just gold," Margaret snapped, her eyes flashing. "Documents, proof of the smuggling ring's dealings with powerful men whose descendants still hold sway in London. If I could find them, I could secure my future, free myself from this wretched place." Holmes's expression remained impassive, though Watson could see the gears turning in his mind. "A compelling motive," he said, but incomplete. "The locked room incident with the historian, Mr. Grayson, you're doing, I presume, and the shadowy figure we chased last night." Margaret hesitated, then nodded. "Grayson was getting too close, asking questions about Holt. I lured him to the tower and used a sedative to knock him out. The locked room was a trickster's, a hidden panel in the wall. As for the figure, that was me, trying to scare you off. I didn't expect you to be so persistent." Holmes's smile was thin. "Persistence is my trade, Miss Hale. But you've overlooked one detail. The ledgers are here, but the treasure you seek, the documents, the gold is not. Holt's clues were a misdirection, designed to protect his secrets from his enemies, not to lead his heirs to a fortune. You've been chasing a phantom." Margaret, face crumpled, a mix of anger and despair. "No," she whispered. "It can't be. I've given everything for this." Before Holmes could respond, a new sound broke the silence, a low, ominous creak from above, followed by the faint toll of the clock tower's bell, out of sync with its usual rhythm. Holmes's eyes narrowed. "The mechanism," he said, his voice urgent. Someone is tampering with it. Watson, Miss Hale, come with me. They hurried up the staircase, Margaret trailing reluctantly behind. The church was empty, but the tolling grew louder as they reached the village square. The clock tower loomed ahead, its face glowing faintly in the fog. Holmes broke into a run, Watson and Margaret struggling to keep pace. The tower door was ajar, and inside, the air was thick with the smell of oil and metal. The gears were grinding unnaturally, a discordant whine echoing through the chamber. Holmes ascended the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time, his lantern swinging wildly. At the top, he found the source of the disturbance, a figure, cloaked and hooded, wrenching at the clock's mainspring with a crowbar. The mechanism was on the verge of collapse, its gears misaligned. Holmes shouted, his voice cutting through the noise, "Stop! You'll bring the tower down." The figure whirled, their face hidden, and lunged at Holmes with the crowbar. Watson drew his revolver, but Holmes was faster, sidestepping the blow and tackling the figure to the floor. The hood fell back, revealing a man Watson didn't recognize, a stranger with weathered features and a desperate glint in his eyes. Margaret gasped, her voice trembling. "Caleb, what are you doing?" Holmes pinned the man, whose struggles ceased as he realized escape was impossible. "Caleb, is it?" Holmes said, his tone icy. "Miss Hale's accomplice, I presume. Your role in this haunting was to sabotage the tower, to create chaos while she searched for the treasure. But why risk the mechanism itself?" Caleb's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Margaret, however, spoke, her voice shaking. "He's my cousin. He wanted to destroy the tower, to erase any trace of Holt's secrets. He thought it would protect us, keep the ledgers from falling into the wrong hands." Holmes's eyes gleamed with understanding. A misguided attempt at self-preservation. The ledgers implicate not only Holt, but his partner's men, whose families would pay dearly to keep such secrets buried. You feared exposure, so you sought to obliterate the evidence. But you underestimated the tower's resilience and my resolve. With Caleb subdued, Holmes quickly inspected the mechanism. The damage was severe, but not irreparable. He issued rapid instructions to Watson, who helped stabilize the gears, while Holmes realigned the mainspring. Margaret watched, her defiance replaced by a hollow resignation. The clock's grinding eased, its rhythm stabilizing, though the midnight chime was still hours away. As they secured Caleb and Margaret, Holmes's mind was already racing ahead. "The ledgers must be preserved," he said to Watson. "They are evidence not only of Holt's crimes, but of a larger network that may still operate. We'll deliver them to the proper authorities in London. As for Miss Hale and her cousin, their fate lies with the law." Watson nodded, though his heart ached for the desperation that had driven Margaret to such lengths. "And the treasure?" he asked. "Was it truly a lie?" Holmes's gaze softened, a rare flicker of empathy in his eyes. "Not entirely, Watson. Holt's treasure was his knowledge, his ability to manipulate and conceal. He left behind a legacy of secrets, but no gold. For some, that is treasure enough." They escorted their prisoners back to the inn, the fog beginning to lift as dawn approached. The village of Grimstead slept on, unaware of the drama that had unfolded in its heart. Holmes, as ever, was already looking to the next challenge, his mind a whirl of deductions and possibilities. Watson, weary but loyal, followed, knowing that wherever Holmes led, the truth would follow. The clock tower stood silent, its secrets laid bare, its mechanism intact. And somewhere, in the quiet of the crypt, The echoes of Ebenezer Holt's life lingered, a reminder that even in death, the past could still cast a long shadow. Chapter 10, Echoes from the Crypt. There, in Grimstead, was heavy with the damp chill of late autumn as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson made their way through the village toward St. Aldhelm's Church. The revelation of the hidden map, tucked within the secret compartment of the clock tower's ancient mechanism, had set their course. The map, a brittle parchment etched with faded ink, pointed to a crypt beneath the church, a place long forgotten by the villagers, its entrance obscured by time and neglect. Holmes's sharp eyes had traced the map's lines with a quiet intensity, his mind already piecing together the threads of a mystery that wove through decades of secrecy, betrayal, and greed. The church loomed ahead, its weathered stone facade glowing faintly under the moonlight. The spire cast a jagged shadow across the churchyard, where crooked gravestones leaned like silent sentinels. Watson adjusted his coat against the cold, his breath visible in the frosty air. "Holmes," he said, his voice low, "this crypt business feels like we're stepping into the grave itself. Do you truly believe the clockmaker's secrets are buried down there?" Holmes's lips curved into a faint smile, though his eyes remained fixed on the church door. "The map is no mere relic, Watson. It was hidden with purpose, and the scratches we found in the clock tower suggest recent activity. The crypt holds answers whether to the clockmaker's fate or the treasure his descendants might still guard. We shall see." They reached the church's heavy oak door, its iron hinges rusted but sturdy. Holmes produced a small set of lockpicks from his pocket, his fingers moving with practiced precision. The lock yielded with a soft click, and the door creaked open, releasing a musty scent of stone and decay. Watson lit a lantern, its warm glow pushing back the darkness as they stepped inside. The interior of St. Aldhelm's was silent, save for the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. Pews stood in neat rows, their wood worn smooth by generations of worshippers. The altar, adorned with a simple cross, gleamed faintly in the lantern's light. Holmes moved swiftly, his eyes scanning the floor for any sign of the crypt's entrance. The map had indicated a stone slab near the chancel, marked with a subtle carving of a clock facer detail, so faint it might have been overlooked by anyone not seeking it. "There," Holmes said, pointing to a corner of the chancel where the floor dipped slightly. He knelt, brushing away dust to reveal a large, flat stone. The carving was there, barely visible, a circle with radiating lines, like the hands of a clock frozen at midnight. Watson joined him, setting the lantern down to illuminate their work. "It's heavy," Watson muttered, testing the stone's edge with his fingers. "We'll need leverage." Holmes produced a small crowbar from his satchel, a tool he had carried since their investigation of the clock tower. Together, they wedged the bar beneath the slab, straining against its weight. With a groan of stone on stone, the slab shifted, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. A cold draught rose from below, carrying the scent of earth and something sharper, oil, perhaps, or metal. Holmes descended first, his movements deliberate, one hand steadying himself against a damp wall. Watson followed, holding the lantern. High, the staircase spiraled tightly, its steps uneven and slick with moss. After what felt like an eternity, they emerged into a low-ceilinged chamber, its walls lined with ancient stone. Niches carved into the rock held crumbling coffins, their lids adorned with faded inscriptions. The air was thick, oppressive, as if the weight of centuries pressed down upon them. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, his voice echoing softly. He stepped forward, his eyes darting across the chamber. This crypt predates the current church by at least 200 years. The clockmaker chose his hiding place well. Watson's gaze lingered on the coffins, his unease palpable. Holmes, if this is a smuggler's lair, what are we looking for? Gold, jewels, or something more sinister? Holmes did not answer immediately. He was examining the far wall, where a series of iron brackets held rusted torches. One bracket, slightly askew, caught his attention. He reached out, twisting it gently. A low grinding sound filled the chamber as a section of the wall slid aside, revealing a narrow passage. Watson's eyes widened. A hidden door, he said. The clockmaker was no ordinary craftsman. Indeed, Holmes replied, stepping into the passage. His skills extended beyond gears and pendulums. Come, Watson. The passage was cramped, forcing them to move single file. The lantern's light cast long shadows, distorting the rough-hewn walls into grotesque shapes. After several yards, the passage opened into a second chamber, smaller but more deliberate in its construction. Wooden crates, their surfaces splintered with age, were stacked against one wall. A sturdy oak table stood in the center, its surface littered with papers, tools, and a single oil lamp, its wick long since burned out. The air here was drier, tinged with the faint metallic scent Watson had noticed earlier. Holmes approached the table, his fingers brushing over the papers. They were yellowed, some crumbling at the edges, but the writing was legible ledgers, maps, and lists of names, all in the same precise hand. Smuggling records, Holmes said, his voice tinged with satisfaction. The clockmaker was no mere bystander. He was a key figure in a network that operated through Grimstead, using the clock tower as a signal point and this crypt as a storehouse. Watson peered over his shoulder, scanning the ledgers. These names, some are familiar. The innkeeper's grandfather, the old squire's father. Half the village's ancestors were involved. Precisely, Holmes said. And the clockmaker's disappearance likely stemmed from a betrayal within that network. His fortune, whatever form it took, was hidden to protect it from his enemies or his allies. Holmes's attention shifted to the crates. He pried one open with the crowbar, revealing a collection of tightly packed bundles wrapped in oilcloth. Unwrapping one, he exposed a gleaming silver candlestick, its surface etched with intricate designs. Watson let out a low whistle. Treasure, then, he said. But why leave it here? Why the haunting, the secrecy? Holmes's eyes narrowed. The haunting is recent, Watson. The footprints, the scratches. The cipher, they point to someone rediscovering this cache and using the ghost story to keep the village at bay. Our shadowy figure from the tower is no spectre, but a living conspirator with a vested interest in the clockmaker's legacy. As if in response to his words, a faint sound echoed from the passage's soft scrape, like leather against stone. Holmes's hand shot up, silencing Watson. He extinguished the lantern, plunging the chamber into darkness. Watson's heart pounded as he strained to listen. The scrape came again, closer now, followed by the unmistakable sound of breathing. Holmes moved silently, positioning himself beside the passage's entrance. Watson followed suit, gripping his revolver. The darkness was absolute, but Holmes's presence was a steady anchor. A faint glow appeared in the passage's handheld lamp, its light bobbing as someone approached. The figure stepped into the chamber, their silhouette tall and lean, cloaked in a dark coat. The lamp's light glinted off a familiar object in their hand, a heavy wrench, its surface stained with rust or something darker. Holmes struck first, lunging from the shadows to seize the figure's wrist. The wrench clattered to the floor as the two grappled, their movements a blur in the dim light. Watson rushed forward, grabbing the figure's other arm. Together, they pinned the intruder against the wall, the lamp falling to the ground but remaining lit. The figures who'd fell back, revealing a face both men recognized. Elias Thorne, the village blacksmith, whose taciturn demeanor had made him a peripheral figure in their investigation. His eyes blazed with defiance, but his strength faltered under Holmes's iron grip. "Thorne," Holmes said, his voice cold, "your nocturnal visits to the crypt are over. Speak, or I shall ensure the magistrate hears of your actions tonight." Thorne's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Holmes released him, stepping back, but keeping his eyes locked on the blacksmith. "Very well," he said. "Watson, search him." Watson patted Thorne down, finding a small notebook tucked inside his coat. He handed it to Holmes, who flipped through its pages by the light of the fallen lamp. The notebook was filled with sketches of the clock tower, notes on its mechanisms, and a list of dates corresponding to the recent hauntings. One page bore a crude drawing of the crypt's entrance, with a single word scrawled beneath it. "Fortune, you're no mere blacksmith," Holmes said, closing the notebook. "You're a descendant of the clockmaker, aren't you? Or perhaps a partner in his schemes, carrying on his work to reclaim what was hidden here." Thorne's silence broke at last, his voice low and bitter. "My great-uncle was the clockmaker. He built this village's heart, the tower, the church, all of it. But they betrayed him, stole his share of the profits. I found his papers, his map. The treasure was mine by right." "And the haunting?" Watson asked. "The ghostly tolls, the figure in the tower." "A distraction," Thorne admitted. "I repaired the clock's old signal system bells that could be rung remotely, kept the villagers scared, kept them away. I needed time to move the treasure." Holmes's expression was unreadable, and the historian found unconscious in the locked room. "Your work, I presume." Thorne's eyes flickered with guilt. He was snooping, asking questions about the clockmaker. "I didn't mean to hurt him, just to scare him off. A tap on the head, nothing more." Holmes stepped closer, his voice like steel. "You've played a dangerous game, Thorne, but the crypt has yielded its secrets, and your scheme is undone. Watson, bind his hands. We'll escort him to the village constable." Watson used a length of rope from his satchel to secure Thorne's wrists, though the blacksmith offered no resistance. The fight had gone out of him, his shoulders slumping as the weight of his failure settled. Holmes retrieved the lantern, its light casting harsh shadows across the chamber. They made their way back through the passage, the crates of treasure left behind for the authorities to handle. The ascent from the crypt was slow, the air growing fresher as they neared the church. By the time they emerged into the chancel, the first hints of dawn were visible through the stained glass windows, painting the stone floor in hues of red and gold. Thorne remained silent, his head bowed, as they led him through the churchyard to the village. The constable, a stout man named Hargreaves, was roused from his bed and listened with growing astonishment as Holmes recounted the night's events. Thorne was taken into custody, his notebook and the map handed over as evidence. Hargreaves promised to secure the crypt and its contents, though his bemused expression suggested he was still grappling with the scope of the conspiracy. As the village began to stir, Holmes and Watson returned to the inn to collect their belongings. The innkeeper, now wide awake and eager for gossip, pressed them for details, but Holmes deflected his questions with a polite smile. "The clock tower will toll cleanly tonight," he said simply, leaving the man to puzzle over his words. They boarded the morning train back to London, the countryside rolling past in a blur of green and grey. Watson leaned back in his seat, his notebook open on his lap. "Holmes," he said, "this case, it's one for the records. A crypt, a smuggler's hoard, a ghost that wasn't a ghost. But how did you know the crypt was the key?" Holmes gazed out the window, his profile sharp against the glass. The map was too precise, Watson, too carefully hidden. The clockmaker designed his tower as a puzzle, and the crypt was its solution. Once we found the map, the rest was merely a matter of following the trail he left. Watson shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "Merely," he says. "Well, Grimstead will sleep easier now, thanks to you." Holmes's eyes gleamed with a rare warmth. "Thanks to us, Watson. You're steady." Hand and keen observations were as vital as my deductions. "Now, let us return to Baker Street. I suspect Mrs. Hudson will have a hearty breakfast waiting, and I have a mind to tackle that violin sonata I've been neglecting." As the train rattled on, Watson began to write, his pen scratching out the tale of the haunted clock tower and the crypt that echoed with the sins of the past. The mystery was solved, but its echoes would linger in his memory, a testament to the brilliance of Sherlock Holmes and the unbreakable bond they shared.